Hi, Richard.
Hi, Ranjana.
Hi. Just
Uh,
wanted to just wanted to make sure my microphone worked.
I can hear you.
You can hear me. That's a good thing. So I guess I'll see you later.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Mayor.
How you doing? Where is everybody?
No, what is going on here?
I see Demless. I see Eduardo. Are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I see Demless and Eduardo. We need one more. Claudia, are you here?
Yeah,
Claudia's
I'm
here.
here.
We have a quorum. So we have one more minute and then you can call the roll.
Okay.
Okay, I got 5 o'clock.
Yes, it's 5 o'clock.
Welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez,
Sorry, here.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Present.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis. I'm showing absent, and Mayor Butt.
Here.
Thank you. I'll just read this announcement. If you would like to make a public comment on any of the following items the council will discuss in closed session, please raise your hand now. To comment by video conference, click on the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raised hand button. To comment by phone, press the star key and the number 9. After all the items have been read into the record, the request to speak period will be closed. And this information will be repeated in Spanish by Ursula Delore.
Si desea dar un comentario público sobre alguno de los temas siguientes que serán discutidos en sesión cerrada por los miembros del Consejo Municipal, por favor levante su mano ahora. Para comentar por computadora, seleccione la opción de participante en la parte de abajo de su pantalla y seleccione la opción que dice Raise Hand para levantar su mano. Para comentar por teléfono, oprima estrella 9. No podrá inscribirse para hablar después de que la secretaria municipal termine de leer el número y el tema.
Doing some kind of procedure. Okay, so there you go. You're up. You see you?
Are you finished, Ursula? Okay, the items the council will discuss during closed session include conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time unit, SEIU Local 1021 part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit, IFPTE Local 21 executive management unit,
Don't want to be muted.
Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA. Conference with real property negotiators. The property is Terminal 1, agency negotiators, Laura Snideman, Sasha Curl, and Lena Velasco. Negotiating parties, Terminal 1 Development LLC. Under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. And we do not have any requests to address the council.
Okay, thank you. With that, we are adjourned to closed session.
All right, to all the council members, we are now in closed session. So head over to the other closed session Zoom. Council member, okay, there you go.
How long the closed session is going to take?
Hi, Craig.
Hey, Richard, we're all good?
You're all good.
Okay,
Thank you.
10-4, thanks, sir.
Hi, Caesar.
How's it going?
All right. We are on YouTube Live, so if you want, let's just test it real quick here.
Perfect. Yes. All right. I'm just going to do the first.
We see it.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Perfect. If you can see the presentation, then I'm good.
All right. This is when it's time for your item, just turn on, come on the meeting, turn on your camera, and
Perfect.
they'll let you know. You can share it when it's time to share.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank
Good
you.
to see you. We'll see you soon.
See you.
any other details about the plan.
Hey, Darren, we do see your video. Thank you.
2, 3, 4. Okay, Madam Clerk, looks like we have a quorum, right?
Let's see. Yes, we do.
Okay. Welcome everybody to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Call the roll, please.
Time is 6:55. Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember Martinez is absent. Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Mayor Butt,
Here.
and let me just double check. Councilmember Martinez. Okay, he's absent. Next on the agenda, a statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Next item is agenda review. We have a request from Pam Stello and Jim Hansen to remove item G5 from the consent calendar. They did speak with staff and they confirmed that this item should be removed from the consent calendar to be discussed at the end of the agenda.
Okay. Any other agenda changes?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I know you can remove an item from the agenda and to continue it for up to 2 weeks, I believe. Would you be willing to continue item I for next week, March 2? We just got this item on Thursday and it's a really significant item and we need more time to evaluate it. And I haven't been able to talk to the managed partners who are making a scheduled meetings with us. So I would like to have us more time so we can have more time to review.
Laura, that was put on by you and LaShonda. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask that folks are available at that time for the next. So we have a meeting. Okay, so it'll be 2 weeks from now. Do we have a meeting?
No,
2 weeks
we
from
have a
now?
meeting on March 2nd.
Yeah, so it would either be
March
next
16th.
week or it would be 3 weeks for starters, and we need to see if Management Partners is available. We also could, at your option, hear the information. Council wouldn't have to make final decisions this evening. We do want to keep working on all kinds of budget-related items. This is not exactly the budget. This is about, planning for a longer-term fiscal sustainability. So we would try to work with it, and just assuming that Management Partners is available.
Councilmember Jimenez, how about if we hear it and then we put off discussion and action on it for a week? Will that work for you?
That will work. Yeah, if we don't have to make any decision about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, if I can interject real quick, honestly, I prefer just holding it over due to the fact that we do have a few controversial items on the agenda, including the state of the city too. I don't think it's going to be, I'd prefer just to hold it over if possible.
Well, would holding it over a week work for you? It's either a week or 3 weeks.
That's fine for me if it's a week.
Yeah, that will work.
Week, okay.
March 2nd.
March 2nd. Councilor Martinez, did you have something?
I did, but it's been taken care of. So
okay, it doesn't require a motion. I will hold item I4 over for a week. Okay, any other agenda changes? Okay, not hearing any. Next item.
I'll read the agenda announcement. Anyone may make an oral comment, even if a written comment has previously been submitted. However, each speaker may only raise their hand once to make one oral public comment per agenda item. As we move through the agenda, I will announce the next item number and ask individuals who would like to address the council to raise their hand. After the item is read into the record, the request to speak period on the item will be closed. We'll be holding open forum very shortly, so individuals who would like to address the council under open forum An open forum includes items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. And to comment by video conference, click on the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raise hand button. To comment by phone, press the star key and the number 9. And this information will repeat in Spanish.
Cualquier persona que haya enviado su comentario por escrito también podrá dar un comentario oral. Sin embargo, cada persona podrá levantar su mano para hablar solamente una vez por tema de la agenda. Mientras seguimos el orden de la agenda, se anunciará el próximo número y tema de la agenda y pediremos que levanten la mano si desean dar sus comentarios a los concejales. No podrá inscribirse para hablar después de que la secretaria municipal termine de leer el número y el tema de la agenda. En breve tendremos el tema de Open Forum, tema abierto. Si desea dar comentarios a los concejales, levante su mano ahora. Para comentar por computadora, seleccione la opción de participante en la parte de abajo de su pantalla y seleccione la opción que dice Raise Hand para levantar su mano. Para comentar por teléfono, oprima estrella 9. Gracias.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
There were no final decisions made in closed session.
Okay, the next item is a report from the city manager.
Some good news about the first mobile vaccination clinic that I'm aware of that's happened in Richmond. It happened at Nevin Plaza, and the Richmond Housing Authority partnered with Contra Costa Contra Costa Health Services and the San Ramon Fire Department and the Community Housing Development Corporation all came together to make sure that the folks at Nevin Plaza were able to receive their first dose of COVID-19 vaccines. So thank you to everybody who helped make that work and make us safer and get through this pandemic. We also have, in terms of trying to help support the community in pandemic, the City of Richmond has been partnering with the food bank, Contra Costa County and Solano, and we're doing another drive-through food giveaway. It's happening tomorrow on Wednesday, the 24th, at the Barrett Avenue parking lot between noon and 2 p.m. You can come on foot or in a vehicle. You don't have to be in a vehicle, and there is no proof of residency or income necessary. We also wanted just to remind everybody about grants that the City of Richmond has available and an upcoming deadline. So we have the Love Your Block mini grants that are available. The deadline for applying for those is this coming Friday. And this is an opportunity to engage all our community volunteers to clean up and beautify Richmond. There's been some great projects done over the years. We're hoping that these continue. It's up to $10,000 for community members to gather with their neighbors and again, help clean up and beautify Richmond. So please apply by Friday. That concludes my report. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is open forum. If you'd like to speak under open forum, please raise your hand by clicking the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raise hand button. If you're commenting by phone, press the star and the number 9 key. And it looks like we have 9 speakers for open forum. And I'll turn it over to Ursula.
Speakers are Lisa Johnson, Naomi Williams, Miguel Moya.
Ursula, you're a little.
I think there's
Ursula,
an issue with the.
Ursula, I'll take over for you while you get your system rebooted. Okay, our first group of speakers are Lisa Johnson, Naomi Williams, Miguel Moya, Chris Farrell, Galaxy A01, Susan Gain, Torm Northfront, Denny Campanthon, Brenda Posada, and Lupe. Please be prepared to speak. Our first speaker is Lisa Johnson. Our first speaker is Naomi Williams.
Hey, Miss Sabrina, you're also having some audio issues. There's a bad feedback coming every time you speak and echo.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I hear-
Hello?
I hear you, Naomi.
Yes.
How you
go
know
right
it's
ahead.
me? Don't be calling my name when I'm not giving it. Good evening, open forum. As a member and a commissioner for the Commission on Aging, we want to thank Council Member Claudia and Gail, the two new ones of the city council members, for coming to our meeting this last week. And I want to believe that you, Melvin, was working that day and you couldn't have a reason to be there. But you can call in to us, call Commissioner Chair Myrtle Braxton, and see, can you schedule a time to come meet with us? And the meeting was really good, Claudia and Gail. Thank you for coming. And who's that guy up there? Is that somebody with no hair, have cut all their hair off? Or am I looking somewhere else? I'm finished.
We don't know who that is. We haven't been able to identify him yet.
Okay. Well, you guys should identify everybody that sit up at the diocese, because they are important people sitting up there, and we don't want no person that's spying on us to be sitting up there. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Naomi.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Brenda Posada. Brenda? Brenda?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, my name is Brenda Posada. I'm the president of the Country Club Vista HOA, and I believe this is the right time to be speaking on the issue regarding the location for the pilot safe parking program.
No, it's coming up later. It's
All right, then I apologize.
yeah.
Okay, our next speaker is Denny Campenthong.
Hi,
Denny?
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Hey, good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Danny Campathong, and I'm a lifelong Richmond resident. And I'm a Richmond community organizer for the Asian Pacific Environmental Network. I am speaking on the oil spill that happened in Chevron 2 weeks back. So yeah, when Chevron spilled poison into our bay 2 weeks ago, like over 600 gallons of petroleum with no warrant to the community, I, along with other APEN organizers, spent hours calling family, friends, neighbors, and members to warn them about the oil spill and to avoid the Point Richmond area and the surrounding beaches. You know, our Richmond Southeast Asian community is furious that they didn't get a notification about the oil spill from Chevron or the city sooner, especially given that Point Richmond is a very popular spot for families to get together. You know, Point Richmond is an important place for the community to come together and feel safe during this pandemic. I hike there on the weekends, and I see so many other people use that place to keep themselves healthy mentally and physically. And clearly, after last week's meeting, it's clear that Chevron doesn't really care about Richmond or the community. And we need to know now, not 6 months from now, how Chevron could spew 600 gallons of oil that went unnoticed for what seems like hours into the bay, and why their emergency response was so slow. And ultimately, we need the council to work with the community to come up with a plan to decommission Chevron. And I'm glad that Councilmember Martinez and Jimenez are taking on that work. Because if we don't come up with a plan to decommission Chevron, then we, the people of Richmond, will be on the hook to clean up Chevron's mess when they shut down. So I guess I'll just end by saying, please continue to work with us and make sure that this vision of a just transition where all people can have access to clean air and water and a healthy environment possible. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Johnson.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Lisa.
Thanks. I must say I'm disappointed to see that item I-4 has been delayed, even if it is only by a week. This city is in a serious fiscal crisis, and I think many of you were put into a false sense of security based on the budget update last week. You know, the state is auditing you. We're currently the 5th most at-risk city in the state for financial distress, and we're the #1 city at risk based on unfunded pension and OPEB liability. It now appears that Lift Up Richmond, which is comprised of groups like RPA and ACE, many of whom are not even from Richmond, are allegedly going to try and fight our city manager, our staff, and the mayor over budget guidelines and try and tell our city how to conduct its business. The reason our budget is doing better than expected is because, as staff explained, we are not a tourist destination city, so our sales tax revenue was higher. But does that mean we're out of the woods? Absolutely not. For starters, we have yet to address the ballooning and unsustainable pension and OPEB costs we have. We have no idea how Measure U will impact businesses over the short and long term. We don't know how many will simply close their doors or choose to leave Richmond for a more tax-friendly city, taking valuable jobs with them. If there is any truth to the rumor that Walmart may leave and move to the old Kmart site in Pinole, that is a big hit to sales tax revenue. The council said in December they would meet in the new year when the new council was in place to review Measure U and make things right. Yet we have not seen Measure U put on the agenda in 2021 to fix the tax rates that our businesses face, which are now the most expensive in the entire Bay Area and possibly the nation. Why has this not been put on the agenda? And when are you going to give businesses some assurances? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Farwell.
Hello, this is Chris Farwell, resident of the Hilltop area. And I think something that's kind of gotten lost in a lot of the conversation around the parking site is, you know, what could be done with this whole giant space. And I think I've seen some of Mayor Tom Butt's explanation that there's economic issues due to COVID.
Chris, this is coming up later, so why don't you hold your comments until it comes up later on the agenda.
Well, I'm opposing the Prologis moving in there at all. This is related to the city doing a little bit of a better job to be able to vet and find a good use for this kind of open space. Really valuable.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the point I'm trying to make is that when I kind of moved this area several years ago, there was all this talk about new use of that site. You know, we're going to potentially have a 99 Ranch move in there. There's going to be mixed use housing. And I feel like it's just been given up on in a way that I don't understand all of the ins and outs of what's happening economically. But isn't there a way that we can, you know, look for better economic opportunities for this site than just writing it off as a dead mall that has to be turned into warehousing? I mean, that seems like a little bit of a lazy out. So that's kind of what I'm saying. And I expect that there will be more conversation around the immediate issue with that site later on. Thank you. Yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is someone with the name Galaxy A01. Can you please state your full name for the record? Someone with the name Galaxy A01. Okay, come back to that
There's
person.
somebody calling from a Samsung Galaxy phone.
Right.
Oh, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you please state your full name? For the record?
I'm sorry, I didn't know. This is the first time. I'm Jessie Turan.
Okay, thank you. You can begin.
Okay, my name is Jessie Turan, and I am a resident on Ryden Road. I've been hearing a lot about relocating the residents here. I just want to introduce myself and figure out basically what's going on, because it seems to me that there's been a lot of waffling over this issue and not a lot of outreach as far as the residents here.
Hey, excuse me, this item is coming up. This is item going to be taken up under item I2 and I3 later in the agenda. So you can sign up and talk on those 2 items, okay?
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Miguel Moya. Miguel? Miguel? Okay, we'll move on to the next person and come back. Susan Gaines is our next speaker.
Hello, can you
Hello,
hear me?
Susan. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm a resident in the Hilltop District as well, and I'm kind of piggyback on Chris Farwell's concerns as to what will happen to the Hilltop Mall once Macy's closes. And we're against Prologics at the Hilltop Mall if their intention is to create a logistics center, which will increase our truck traffic, bad air, and it's just the wrong place for a logistics center. There are several new ones going in on the Richmond Parkway, and just how many logistics centers is needed in Richmond? This location is near schools, residential areas, and a lot of other businesses. We're already contending with all of the Amazon vans and the traffic from that. So basically, we're against Prologics if that is their intention, to put in a logistics center in the Hilltop Village area and at Hilltop Mall. I concede the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Oh, hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, Miguel.
Hi, my name is Miguel Moya. I'm from Richmond, and I'm a student at the University of Southern California. I'm studying human biology with the emphasis on I'm hoping to get into medical school in the next 4 years. So as you can imagine, the public health and the health of my community is very, very important to me. Again, growing up in Richmond, growing up in the Bay Area, it's a lot of Black and brown people. So I really want to ensure the safety and the health of my, the people that I grew up around and the people that I love so much. So please, and I'm begging you, City Council, to please push for transparency from Chevron. We do not need this to be happening anymore. We do not need to continue to put our people's health at risk. We do not need for this to continue, because this is the safety of our people and this is the health of our people. I'm trying to do my best with my studies out here, but it's hard when I hear news from Chevron about, how there's an oil spill, or about, 600 gallons. That's an immense amount of oil going into the San Francisco Bay. We already have all these threats of climate change. So there's a lot going on, and this is incumbent upon you to make a decision on whether or not this is going to continue and get worse, or are you going to be a good leader and for your city, and are you going to allow this to continue? So please make the right decisions. Please push for stricter regulations on Chevron. Ask for transparency. There's no reason why, as Denny mentioned before, as to why people did not find out about this until hours later. So please do what's right. Please divest from Chevron. Please allow for the people to regain their power and their health. I can see the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Torm Nomprasert. Torm?
This is Torm Nomprasert. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all City Council. I want to pick up what Danny Carpentong, which you said earlier about the Richmond Chevron oil spill. We really urge the city leader, City Council, and the Mayor and the Vice Mayor to really work with the community in terms of just transition. Just transition is really to look into to benefit the community member and also the worker who's work at a Chevron. And we need to plan well now. We need to look at now so we can have a community member to walk through the process for the community one, and also and how the policy can be impact. And we don't want to just one day everyone walk out here because of the fossil fuel issue. And as you probably aware that the President Biden is looking to the, the vehicle on non-fossil fuel in the future very soon. 50 is not too far from here. Richmond, we need to be smart, we need to plan ahead of time, and we need to be prepared ourselves. We don't want to get into the situation that we cannot do anything about. Yes, we can. We need to look into the decommissioning plan and also the alternative in terms of the just transition. And I urge the city's leader to work with the committee, and we all can do it together. I appreciate your leadership, but also I'm encouraged and urge you to continue to be strong and work with the committee so we can look into the plan and be prosper in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker for open forum.
Okay, call the next item, please.
Yes, the next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. We need approval of the consent calendar.
And item G5 has been removed for
Right.
later consideration, right?
Yes.
Okay, for motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
A motion by Johnson. Second.
Second.
By Willis. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Next item on the agenda is item H. Individuals who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand now. And you may click on the participants button at the bottom of your screen, select the raised hand button, and to comment by phone, press the star and the number 9 key. Nurse, can you please repeat these instructions in Spanish, please?
Ok. Si desea dar comentarios sobre el tema de la agenda H1, por favor levante su mano ahora. Para comentar por computadora, seleccione la opción de participante en la parte de abajo de su pantalla y seleccione la opción que dice Raise Hand para levantar su mano. Para comentar por teléfono, oprima estrella 9. Gracias.
And item H1 is to receive a presentation by Mayor Tom Butt of the annual State of the City address.
Okay, thank you. This is going to require a little bit of cyber dexterity. So I've been asked to ask all the council members to turn their cameras off when this starts, and I will be doing the same. And somebody out there in Cyberland is going to key the presentation up, and then I'm going to try to follow it and narrate it. So so go ahead. Okay, are we ready to go?
We are ready. Yes.
Okay, go to the next slide. This presentation fulfills the charter requirement that the mayor shall make an annual report to the city council as to the conditions and affairs of the city. What follows is just a sampling of what makes Richmond an interesting and dynamic city. If you don't see your favorite event or program, please understand there are so many, we just couldn't cover them all. About 2 years ago, the City Council held what turned out to be our most recent strategic planning retreat. I have organized this presentation to follow as an organizing framework the 5 strategic planning objectives adopted by the City Council in that retreat. I believe we will be scheduling another retreat with the new City Council sometime this spring. This has been a year like no other. Not long after last year's State of the City presentation, we all went on some degree of lockdown to limit the spread of COVID-19, and we're still there. City Hall is a ghost town, and we live by Zoom alone. Restaurants have closed and gone out of business. Schools and churches have been closed for the duration and have all gone to Zoom, mostly to Zoom. Unemployment has tripled from a historic low in early 2020. With economic activity down, the city's budget had to be cut. Sports are catch as catch can. Essential workers are assuming great risk to serve the rest of us while we're working from home. People are bored and taking it out in destructive ways, like fireworks. Some violent crime is on the rise. Wait a minute. This is, well, my remarks don't match the don't match the slide, so I'm going to move on to the next one. One of the most visible signs of COVID-19 economic impact is the closure of businesses. Over the last several months, dozens of Richmond businesses have closed. Some closures are permanent, while others are hoping to return to business when the time is right. While we don't know how exactly how long some businesses have been closed, these are the ones we're aware of. We can only assume that there are other closures that we have yet to learn about. As virtual government began as a Herculean effort in March of 2020, it is now the new normal that will continue to evolve and create more efficiency in the future. Staff from our IT department and KCRT work to improve communications about various city functions throughout the city's website, social media, a COVID-19 public information team, and of course, countless Zoom meetings and events like we're having tonight. Additionally, I can speak for my staff, and I think all city employees who utilize remote working capabilities when we say how grateful we are for all your work to set that up and keep it running. IT, we couldn't function without you. Two of my former city council colleagues have chosen to retire, and I thank them and wish them the best. Their contributions will be long remembered. JL was a key in negotiating the Chevron Environmental and Community Investment Agreement with the $35 million Richmond Promise. Ben stood up to pressure and played an essential role in moving Point Melody and Campus Bay forward, entitling over 6,000 units of badly needed housing. Just last month, Richmond's newest city council members were sworn in. Claudia Jimenez was elected to serve as the first ever council member for District 6 under the newly established district reorganization. Claudia joined City Council along with the familiar face, Councilmember Gail McLaughlin, who has previously served as a council member and mayor. Councilmember McLaughlin is the first district representative for District 5. I welcome them both, and I look forward to working with them. There's been unprecedented staff turnover this past year with dozens of retirements or resignations. I won't try to cover them all, but I want to highlight a couple of particularly important ones. In September, the city welcomed Anil Camillo as the new Director of Human Resources. Anil actually started his career at Richmond City Hall several years ago, working in contract compliance before moving on to work for Contra Costa County. Before returning to Richmond, Anil served as the HR Director for the cities of Oakland, San Rafael, and Beverly Hills, as well as Deputy Administrative Officer for the Santa Clara Water District. Welcome back, Anil. And in November, we welcomed Teresa Stricker, City Attorney, which is a position that reports directly to the City Council. Prior to joining the City of Richmond, Teresa was a founding partner of Rennie Public Law Group, which operates throughout California, advising and advocating for public agencies, nonprofit entities, individuals, and private entities. Teresa has prior experience working as the town attorney for the town of Corte Madera, general counsel for the East Cut District in San Francisco and San Francisco LAFCO, and serving as assistant legal counsel roles for the city of Brisbane and for Kensington Police Protection and Community Services District. November 2020 was our first district election, with 3 district council members seated. Before November 22nd, we will redistrict all over again based on the 2020 census, and the final 2 council members will then be elected by district. Despite the recent implementation of city council districts, the city council, as I said, will have to go back to the drawing board to revise district boundaries following the results of the 2020 census. To prepare for this task, the council approved a contract with National Demographics Corporation in December to revise the district boundaries within the city in accordance with the 2020 census data, due to its expertise dealing with the complexity and technical details needed for such a task. Due to changes in the California Voting Rights Act and the California Voter Participation Act, approximately 500 California jurisdictions, including Richmond, will have to go through redistricting in a tight 11-month window, which could be cut down to 7 months if the lawsuits to extend the district counting succeed. The redistricting process will include opportunities for public engagement and input. A major national topic last year was the 2020 census and all the challenges and controversies caused by the previous administration. Here in the East Bay, we are very grateful to all the staff, volunteers, and residents who came together to make sure we were all counted in order to secure our fair share of federal funding for vital services, as well as representation in Congress. Richmond's 2020 self-response rate, 70.9%, was 3.4 points higher than our self-response rate in 2010 of 67.5%. Oakland Mayor Libby Schaaf and I competed to see which city could get a higher self-response rate. Sadly, we lost by 0.3%. However, we got to give Mayor Schaaf a goodie basket filled with amazing gifts and souvenirs from local Richmond businesses and organizations. Now she knows what she and other Oaklanders are missing out on. These 3 dedicated members of the mayor's office staff are available all day, every day, to help the people of Richmond in many ways. Great job, guys, putting together another successful State of the City presentation. Although the city does not have an official public information office, my staff and I do our best to share as much information as possible through the mayor's social media pages, whether it is sharing important city updates, press releases, and community events, highlighting initiatives we're involved in at the federal, state, and local levels, or spotlighting community members and businesses who step up to serve. My office wants to get the word out. A reminder, these are not my personal social media accounts. These are official city accounts run by my staff to share information pertaining to Richmond. There was never a dull moment this past year for Richmond. Here's my pick for the top 10 Richmond news stories of 2020. It was a year for the books. Despite COVID-19, we entitled both Point Melotti and Campus Bay for over 6,000 housing units, but not without controversy. The voters overwhelmingly passed Measure U, but how it is ultimately configured is still up in the air. Management level staff turnover was probably the largest I've ever seen. The George Floyd incident led to a reimagining public safety task force. To assist those economically affected by COVID-19, we raised nearly $1 million for the Richmond Rapid Response Fund. Two opposing narratives have evolved about the city's fiscal condition. You'll hear more about that later, ranging from we're awash in money to a looming crisis. Immediately after the Bay Area went into shelter in place in March of 2020, several community leaders came together to create the Richmond Rapid Response Fund to help support Richmond residents in greatest need during the ongoing pandemic. The mayor's office kicked it off with a $25,000 donation. Since launching publicly in May, the Richmond Rapid Response Fund has raised nearly $1 million, which has so far helped residents cover essential expenses like food and groceries, household supplies, and utilities. Moving into 2021, the fund is focusing on also providing rental assistance and other critical needs and community resources as COVID-19 continues. I'd like to thank the organizations that helped create the fund, including the RISE Center, Ed Fund, Building Blocks for Kids, Richmond Promise, Richmond Rent Program, the City Manager's Office, and the Mayor's Office. Another highlight of 2020 was the full entitlement of Point Melati, which will add up to 2,040, a maximum of 2,040 new housing units, including at least 67 affordable units on site and many more elsewhere in the city. The proposed project also includes rehabilitation of the Wine Haven Historic District, the development of new restaurant and retail spaces, local jobs, waterfront parks, trails, and a new fire station and police substation. The development of Point Melati will generate millions of dollars in new tax revenue that will benefit the entire city. The City Council also approved the entitlement of Campus Bay, which will add up to 4,000 housing units along the southern shoreline adjacent to UC Berkeley's Richmond Field Station. The new mixed-use development will include 50,000 square feet of commercial space, including a 20,000 square foot space designated for a grocery store. New parks, built out of a trailhead to the San Francisco Bay Trail, which will include restrooms and parking. The development will also generate several community benefits, including at least $22 million for the Richmond Promise, improvements in Fire Station 64 and the Booker T. Anderson Community Center, and support for local schools. On June 30th, 2020, the City Council directed staff to prepare a plan to transform Richmond's current policing model and return to Council with recommendations and a plan for implementation by the end of fiscal year 2020-2021. The resulting Reimagining Public Safety Task Force consists of 21 individuals recommended by council members, and it continues to meet regularly. Last year, Richmond was one of 13 cities nationwide chosen to participate in the National League of Cities Community of Practice Initiative to address basic needs of post-secondary students, such as childcare, digital access, food, and housing insecurity, mental health, and transportation. All cities are working with local partners to create action plans in the coming months to share best practices and learn from each other in order to advance our common goals. We're grateful for our partners, the Richmond Promise and Contra Costa College, who continue to survey the basic needs of students they work with. Preliminary research and data demonstrates that digital access and food and housing insecurity rise to the top of issues affecting our college-going students. So that's where our main focus will lie as we proceed through this initiative. Without revenue, there's little a city can do. Let's take a look at Richmond's fiscal health. Richmond is at a fiscal crossroads, facing dramatically opposing narratives of the city's fiscal condition. The state auditor has identified Richmond as the 5th most at-risk city overall and the 1st most at-risk city for unfunded pension and OPEB liability in the entire state of California. The state auditor is beginning a further assessment of the city of Richmond under its high-risk local government agency program. Conversely, At the January 26th report on our comprehensive annual financial report, representatives of the city's public employee union stated that Richmond is essentially awash in cash and the future is rosy. We need to resolve these competing narratives in order to agree on a path forward. Richmond's financial condition is fragile at best. The 5-year forecast predicts looming deficits from CalPERS increases, compensation increases, inflation, and Kids First. Balancing the general fund continues to be a challenging task, and a balanced budget was adopted for fiscal year 2021 only by using placeholders, meaning we did not know where the money would actually come from to balance the budget. The documentary transfer tax increase, which voters approved in 2018 to offset the cost of Kids First, continues to be an unstable and unpredictable revenue, though revenues being generated in the current year are trending unusually well. In the 2020 general election, voters also approved Measure U, the controversial gross receipts business license tax, to further bolster the general fund. While supporters of the tax measure hope the tax will help the city, many others, including business leaders and operators, believe the tax will unreasonably increase the cost of doing business in Richmond, causing businesses to close or even leave town. Just last week on February 16th, the City Council received a mid-year budget presentation for fiscal year 2020-21. This is an important presentation that provides the City Council and the public a snapshot of the current fiscal year based on the most available updates on revenue and expenditures. And there was some good news about revenue generated so far. Last week, we learned the city's general fund revenue has had a total increase of approximately $10.7 million midway through the fiscal year. In large part, thanks to the $7.4 million in real estate transfer taxes, which were generated by sales of large properties. The $10.7 million increase was, however, offset with an increase of $6.7 million in expenditures. While the revenue generated from the real estate transfer tax is exciting news for this current fiscal year, it's important to remember this tax is the city's most volatile and unpredictable source of revenue that can yield millions on the sale of few properties or produce little revenue in the absence of significant sales of real estate. The city's sales tax revenue is also trending higher than initially anticipated. In addition to property taxes and utility user taxes, which contribute more modestly to the revenue increase, it looks like we have dodged a fiscal bullet this year, but the future remains dicey. While general fund revenues have increased, general fund expenditures have also increased. A total increase of approximately $6.7 million in expenditures was reported on February 16th, most of which are related to police and fire overtime. The city's CalPERS liability and an operating transfer out for the Richmond Housing Authority. While questions about police and fire overtime are often raised by members of the public, it was explained by staff on February 16th that overtime expenditures had to be added back into the budget after the City Council initially directed staff to reduce expenditures to less than practical levels during the budget adoption to help ensure a balanced budget. Comparing the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget when it was adopted last June, compared to numbers provided during the mid-year review, we can see the city's total net revenue after taking into account the general fund expenditures is approximately $4 million. To accommodate the $3 million in placeholders that was adopted as part of the fiscal year budget, the city has received approximately over $500,000 in accommodations from Richmond Police Officers Association. And we also need $1 million to materialize from vacancies and an ECIA amendment, which is in progress. Although our current outlook is better than originally anticipated, we still have a structural deficit, meaning we have many programs, projects, and services that we have not been able to fund in current and past fiscal years, such as cost of living increases for employees and infrastructure needs. Staff will continue to bring forth opportunities to look at and discuss the long-term fiscal sustainability plan for the city. After a bond rating reduction in 2015, Richmond bond ratings improved, protecting existing debt and making future borrowing less expensive. Richmond's issuer crediting rating by Moody remained consistent over the past year, while our issuer credit rating with Standard & Poor's was upgraded from A- to AA-. Our wastewater rating remained consistent at AA-. Our two primary revenue sources, sales and property taxes, continue to grow, but not enough to keep up with city expenses. Utility user tax revenue is relatively flat. As we move into the future, we're going to have to cut services or find new sources of revenue. The future is going to be challenging due to the rising cost of employee compensation and benefits. We are $4.9 million behind our minimum cash reserves target, and future budgets face major increases due to CalPERS pension and employee benefit costs. Kids First is projected to start showing a revenue deficit as early as 2023. Some of the increases in reserves are great news, and we want to start spending it, even though we're still millions behind the 15% target. In recent years, we've managed to maintain our fund balance with minor annual surpluses. However, starting in 2021, without major adjustments, the estimated deficits will continue to wipe out our fund balances entirely. Richmond is spending nearly $50 million a year now for its pension and retiree obligations, 50% more than it was spending 6 years ago, and anticipates another 50% increase in the next 5 years. We have a lot of work to do to keep Richmond fiscally healthy. Funding for Kids First was supposed to be offset by Measure H, the real estate transfer tax increase. But even with the raised tax, the revenue generated is not projected to be enough to keep up. In 3 short years, beginning in fiscal year 2022, expenses could exceed revenues by millions, eating into other city services. Fiscal year 2021 projections include the $5.8 million received to date, plus $100,000 per month for the rest of the year. The city placed a measure on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot, which was approved by the voters in a landslide. It changes the business license tax calculations to be based on gross receipts instead of the number of employees. The measure sets a minimum, but City Council can adjust it downward, which remains a work in progress. In order to provide more information to the public and increase transparency, Richmond now has an open data portal that you can easily access for important city information. Visit transparentrichmond.org to explore over 300 data sets, visualizations, and other information. Moving on to public safety. Public safety is a high priority for everyone, and it's the most expensive part of our budget. But a national debate over how to best provide it is also going on in Richmond. In 2021, like many Bay Area cities, Richmond's homicide rate rose. Overall, however, there was a slight reduction in violent crime and a significant reduction in property crimes. Nearly 2 months into 2021, we have 1 homicide. Homicides remain an intractable challenge in Richmond. We ended 2020 with 22 homicides, 2 more than our total for both 2019 and 2018. Most Bay Area cities our size have 1 or 2 a year, if any at all, while we remain in the double digits. I continue to hope for a 0 homicide year, but it won't be this year, maybe next year. The Richmond Police Department continues to use grant funds to get intoxicated drivers off the road. In 2020, these grants were for enforcement operations, DUI checkpoints, a DUI trailer, electronic signs, and traffic enforcement. We've specifically applied for these grants because of the amount of traffic issues we have in our city. We had 2,893 collisions last year and 355 DUI arrests. Community engagement is more important than ever. The Family Justice Center, Rubicon, and ONS augmented their engagement practices in light of the pandemic to continue to meet participants' needs. ONS has continued to support and engage underserved populations while observing state and county health protocols, issuing face masks, providing food and hygiene supplies, and continuing outreach and violence interruptions. The Family Justice Center continues to offer services for victims of domestic and sexual violence, human trafficking, and elder abuse. From March 2020 to present, Rubicon has had 288 participants served in total. Rubicon stopped onboarding new participants from February 2020 to October 2020. Instead, they shifted their focus to supporting currently enrolled participants. 28 program participants obtained first jobs with an average wage of $19.16. 60 program participants obtained 84 jobs with an average wage of $18.52. 30 program participants received Chromebooks and hotspots, and 82 program participants received cash aid. Individuals received $250 each, with families receiving $400 each. With the fire department, most responses continue to be for medical emergencies, which, even with COVID-19, declined 11% in 2020. Fire-related emergencies were down nearly 20%. The Richmond community continues to engage in local climate change prevention efforts and initiatives to better prepare the community for the future impacts of climate change. However, COVID-19 and staff shortages have affected our ability to track progress toward meeting our climate action plan goals. We hope to get back on track later this year. In 2020, 7 Volta EV charging stations were installed, and more stations are scheduled to be installed this year. The current locations include the Bayview branch of the Richmond Public Library, the Port of Richmond offices, the Melville Square parking lot and the marina, and downtown. The downtown stations are the first in the state to be provided free of charge on a public right-of-way without spending taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the city acquired its first Envision Solar Mobile EV charging ARC that uses 100% solar energy to power the attached EV charging stations. It can be deployed to create a microgrid for emergencies, such as during rolling power shutoffs. In 2020, 60 businesses participated in Energize Richmond, a partnership with East Bay Energy Watch that aims to improve energy efficiency and decrease utility costs for local businesses. The program does so by offering free energy audits and assessments, PG&E rebates to upgrade lighting, refrigeration, heating, and HVAC, and additional incentives from the city to cover out-of-pocket costs up to $6,000. The city also continues to partner with Grid Alternatives, installing 35 solar panels, upgrading 23 electrical service panels, and repairing 3 roofs for low-income households. In 2020, the city designated $1.3 million in funding to address and comply with state mandates, including increasing solid waste diversion and increasing environmental quality. Additionally, $800,000 was implemented through Cal Recycle grants. In partnership with the Greater Richmond Interfaith Program, the city rescued 63,000 pounds of edible food that would have otherwise been disposed of. This was accomplished thanks to a Cal Recycle food waste and prevention and reserve grant. In 2020, the city amended its energy reach code, requiring newly constructed buildings to be all electric with some exceptions. Natural gas is a fossil fuel that contributes to greenhouse gases, while electricity can be generated from renewable sources, such as wind and solar. In December 2020, a report published by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, the agency reported that there are now 102 air monitoring sensors in Richmond and San Pablo. 52 sensors are managed by Groundwork Richmond and report real-time data to Clarity OpenMap and Ramball Share. The other 50 sensors are managed by PSE APIN and report data through the website Aclima. These air monitoring projects were selected by the Richmond San Pablo Community Air Monitoring Plan Steering Committee, which is made up of Richmond and San Pablo residents. Shown in this slide is an air quality map from September 21st using the Ramball Share. Remember the orange skies? This is what they look like on the map. MCE remains our primary electricity supplier, competitive with PG&E in price, but with a much higher proportion of renewable energy. MCE continues to expand, adding Pleasant Hill, Vallejo, and Fairfield this past year. I represent Richmond on the MCE board, and I had the honor of being elected chair of MCE this year. Contra Costa Climate Leaders is a program of Generation Green that helps cities reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Earlier this month, Contra Costa Climate Leaders published their first annual report card that monitors cities' progress toward addressing the climate crisis. Richmond was ranked #1. From declaring a climate emergency to including sustainability and climate change in our general plan, to participating in MCE Clean Energy, to being enrolled in Tree City USA, to banning styrofoam, and to divesting from fossil fuels, Richmond has led the way. A highlight in the report unique to our city is that I, as mayor, signed the Mayor's Paris Peace Pledge for Action back in Paris in 2015. Perhaps the most common reason that residents contact my office is to report illegal dumping and to request blight abatement. In 2020, over 2,500 tons of illegally dumped items were abated across over 12,800 locations, including over 3,000 mattresses and nearly 2,000 tires. Additionally, over 700 graffiti tags were removed, 84 weed abatements were performed, and 29 homeless encampments, 12 private properties, and 5 vehicles were abated. The city is very grateful to residents who team up to tackle this regional issue together. Last year, 13 neighborhood cleanup events collected 225 tons of trash altogether. Out of over 3,800 illegal dumping reports, there were only 5 citations issued. We cannot get on top of this problem without more robust public participation. As a reminder, the best option to report illegal dumping are through the city's free mobile app and the city's website using the COR Connect system. Another option is to call the illegal dumping hotline at 510-965-4905. If you see illegal dumping in progress, please stay safe and do not confront the perpetrators. Instead, call the Richmond Police Department at 510-233-1214. Making Richmond more walkable has multiple benefits that include promoting health, reducing greenhouse gases, increasing safety, and raising property values. This will be on the legislative agenda for the mayor's office in 2021. Everyone agrees housing and homelessness are among our most pressing challenges, but no subject generates more controversy and more division in Richmond. The Richmond Housing Authority continues to require a general fund subsidy to operate, a result of insufficient HUD funding. We're making progress in transitioning to a new business model where affordable housing is operated by the private sector instead of the city. The low rents and access will not change. The latest housing authority property to transition to the private sector is Nevin Plaza. It will be rehabilitated and expanded, offering the same affordable rents as before, and actually expanding the number of Section 8 vouchers in Richmond. The Richmond San Pablo core team visits encampments and other unsheltered citizens to get an account and an assessment of their needs. From March 2020 to January 2021, the core team reportedly made contact with 3,952 unsheltered individuals in the cities of Richmond and San Pablo. Of these 3,952, 1,157 were unduplicated contacts who were assessed and triaged for various services and medical needs. The end goal is self-sufficiency and permanent housing. The point-in-time count is one-day counting of unsheltered people and data capturing for HUD and local agencies. This data is used for much-needed resources. The 2020 point-in-time count was affected by the pandemic, but coupled with the core data, we can see that homelessness is still a pressing issue. Although Contra Costa County has both staff and funding for homeless programs, it is limited, but the city has neither. Nevertheless, we have been struggling for years to establish one or more managed camps to get homeless people off the streets and provide managed services, including social services, sanitary services, trash removal, and security. Yet no neighborhood wants to be the location. Everyone wants the problem to go away, just not to their neighborhood. You'll see this played out later tonight. According to Rent Cafe, the average rent for Richmond's apartment market, which is determined using aggregated data from Richmond and neighboring cities, is currently $2,571 a month. Although rent has remained stable, it's important to note that many residents have struggled to pay rent due to economic challenges made worse by COVID-19. While rent in many Bay Area cities decreased by several percentage points in 2020 as workers took advantage of the new world of Zoom and the ability to work anywhere, rent data website Rent Cafe reported no percentage change to Richmond's average overall rent. Still, despite dramatic rent decreases in cities like San Francisco and more moderate decreases in cities like Oakland and Berkeley, Richmond still has more affordable rent compared to the overall average. Again, it's important to acknowledge that even with rent remaining relatively stable, the same as in 2020, many Richmond families have struggled to pay rent as COVID-19 further exacerbates economic instability. The Richmond Rent Program was overwhelmingly adopted by ballot measure in 2016. It has its own board and executive director and operates completely anonymously from the Richmond City Council and city manager. It is entirely funded by fees paid by the landlords. Clearly, the rent program has made a difference in the lives of some renters, but it remains controversial. Even supporters concede the enabling legislation has flaws that are difficult to fix because it would require another ballot measure and charter amendment. There are also indications that rent control and just cause has caused owners to take as many as 1,800 rental units off the market, significantly reducing the rental housing stock in Richmond. Since the measure initially passed, the state of California has adopted rent control and just cause legislation that make many of the provisions of Richmond's ordinance redundant. Richmond's residential real estate market continues to favor sellers. The median home value in Richmond is currently $610,286, considerably more affordable than neighboring cities and a vast majority of the Bay Area. Home values increased 8.4% in 2020, and a real estate forecast for 2021 estimates a near 10% increase in values this year. If you're planning to buy a house, you better get out there. Increasing values raise tax revenues and translate into improved and expanded city services. After years of stagnant and sparse housing development, 3 new developments have recently been completed. Waterline in Point Richmond and Noma along Wright Avenue and Marina Way are both made up of market rate for sale units and have already welcomed new residents. The terraces at Nevin are 2 apartment buildings that are all affordable. The completion of these projects puts us closer to meeting our mandated housing goals. But due to COVID-19 induced economic pressure, the future for additional developments looks dicey. In December, the City Council approved 94 detached single-family homes to be built at the Richmond Country Club. The new homes will add to the city's housing inventory around the Hilltop District and will include community benefits to the nearby Parchester Village neighborhood, including improvements to the neighborhood sound wall and the community center. While progress has been made in adding more affordable and market rate housing in Richmond, there's still work to be done to meet our 2023 housing goals set by Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. To meet that 2023 housing goal, an additional 1,333 units will have to be issued for future developments. In addition to new affordable housing and market rate development, another way that can help adding housing units in Richmond is the development of accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. After a big increase in ADU approvals between 2018 and 2019, there was a decrease in approvals in 2020. This decrease may have been a result of fewer permit applications being submitted due to COVID-19. But I hope ADUs will continue to develop in Richmond. This is a great way for homeowners to provide more living space within the footprint of their existing properties. Years of progress in lowering Richmond's unemployment rate was undone in a flash in 2020 as COVID-19 and the continued economic downturn has left residents out of work. A top priority after the pandemic ends is getting as many residents back to work as possible. Prior to COVID-19, unemployment rates in Richmond had been dropping for years and reached a historic low of 3% in 2019. By April of 2020, Richmond's unemployment rate had just surpassed 17%. Although the city's unemployment rate gradually dropped over the course of this year, reaching 9.3% in November, unemployment saw a slight increase in November, which is the last month we have data for. Richmond continues to operate an effective workforce training and placement program, adapting to conform to COVID-19 restrictions and challenges. Richmond Build has continued to train and assist program graduates with job placements. Richmond Build averages an 80% placement rate with the trades and employers. In addition to union job placements, Richmond Build also partners with employers like Overrock Construction, Factory OS, Swinnerton Construction, IQ Environment, and People Ready. The Summer Youth Employment Program has previously offered Richmond youths aged 16 to 21 the opportunity to work in local private government and nonprofit businesses and agencies intended to promote valuable and solid professional experience. The program has been funded by the general fund in the past, but recently funded by ECIA funds. It is unclear if the program will operate this coming summer due to funding concerns and COVID-19. Despite hardships, many local small businesses stepped up to support the community in our time of need. Businesses like LaShaw Nails, which manufactures nail polish and salon products, started producing personal protective equipment, including masks and face shields at their Richmond site. Left Side Printing, which designs garments and signs, started producing social distancing placards and other safety tools to help business keep customers safe. East Brother Beer Company released a limited edition of Pride and Purpose beer and donated a portion of the proceeds to the Richmond Rapid Response Fund. And Richmond Main Street hosted a weekly food giveaway in partnership with Richmond Pal and World Central Kitchen. These are just a few examples of ways in which the Richmond business community has stepped up to help support Richmond residents through COVID-19. On December 20th, just 11 days before he was set to retire, longtime port director Jim Mazurkas died due to complications of COVID-19. Jim's premier accomplishment was completing the Honda Port of Entry project in 2008 that has resulted in over a decade of profitability for the port. Even in his passing, Jim's work is evidenced in the year-end report for the Port of Richmond, which remained fully active during an otherwise grueling economic year due to COVID. In 2020, the Port of Richmond finalized 2 long-term leases and renovation projects for the General Warehouse and Terminal 3. Richmond Grown finalized their lease for the General Warehouse, where cannabis products will be manufactured. An estimated 300 jobs will be created. Richmond Grown is also committed to $16 million to restore the General Warehouse back to its original 1940s era design. Over at Terminal 3 partners will invest $10 million to prepare the site for waterfront maritime uses and will also create hundreds of new maritime jobs. An online shopping and consumer fulfillment continue as online shopping and consumer fulfillment continue to dominate consumerism. The world's largest online retailer, Amazon, continues to develop warehouse space in Richmond. Their newest Amazon fulfillment center is a 700,000 square foot space on Atlas Road near an existing Amazon facility. Other warehouse projects include a site at 912 Harbor Way South, which is still under construction, and phase 3 of the Point Pinole Business Park. The Richmond warehouse and distribution market is Richmond's hottest real estate commodity. As COVID-19 and e-commerce increase the demand for delivered merchandise, inventory is down and prices remain high and steady. The manufacturing market is primarily comprised of older metal buildings scattered in pockets around Richmond. Counterintuitively, both inventory and prices continue to rise. With COVID-19, you would think there'd be a glut of office space along with falling prices. Richmond is not a big office market, and maybe office users are in a wait-and-see mode. As the Richmond Promise enters its 5th year, its impact continues to grow. 2020 saw the first class of scholars graduate. Over the last 4 years, over 1,800 scholars have been awarded approximately $7.92 million scholarship dollars. 72% of scholars came from low-income backgrounds, and 71% were first generation. From high school to post-secondary education, the Richmond Promise provides virtual one-on-one coaching, near-peer support, and a number of workshops. The scholarship is still open, so apply by March 14th this year. In order to ensure college success, the Richmond Promise provides wraparound support. COVID-19 has heavily impacted students across the country as they struggle to make ends meet. 2 funds, a basic needs fund and a digital divide fund, were immediately created to address issues such as food and housing insecurity and a lack of access to technology and internet. $135,000 in support was raised for approximately 500 scholars. The Scholar Emergency Fund was created afterwards as a more long-term and sustainable measure to address these needs as we continue to be impacted by COVID-19. Lastly, the Near Peer Ambassador Program continues to be critical to the Richmond Promise success. With the assistance of over 80 summer associates and partnerships with organizations like Beyond 12, we are able to see results, such as the case in De Anza and Kennedy High Schools, where double-digit gains were made in financial aid completion. The Richmond Department of Children and Youth completed their community needs assessment and strategic investment plan after 4 community forums, 8 focus groups, 12 one-on-one interviews, over 700 survey responses, and assistance from community partners, youth, parents, guardians, Y-Plan, Kennedy High School students, and Hatchell Tabernick and Associates. 6 funding priority areas were identified. 1, behavioral health, mental health, and wellness. 2, education support and employment training support. 3, out of school time, after school sports and enrichment. 4, youth violence prevention. 5, access to basic needs. And 6, information guidance and case management. Lastly, the total projected amount available for fiscal year 2021-22 grant awards for youth serving organizations is approximately $1.5 million. On June 15, 2020, the Richmond Public Library implemented its tableside service. Since then, over 2,000 appointments have been made for books, craft kits, DVDs, magazines, and more. The library also hosted virtual and go-to programs such as the book group, crafts, homework, and homework help in STEM, story times, a summer reading challenge, and a trivia night. Additionally, the library increased community outreach through its updated and redesigned website, social media, and its e-newsletter. In 2019, Richmond Camp Achieve won a Helen Putman Award for its excellence by combating summer learning loss. In 2020, several students and parents were excited for another summer outdoors, and then COVID-19 hit. However, recreation staff were swift in moving to a virtual format. And ultimately, over 200 families enjoyed creating videos, music, reading aloud, virtual field trips, and West African dance. This was made possible thanks to partnerships with Ed Fund West and local nonprofits. Mobility is essential for both a healthy economy and a healthy lifestyle. Due to COVID-19, ridership has remained at historic lows as former transit commuters continue to work from home or choose to drive their cars to get where they need to be. The Richmond Ferry saw a 74% decrease in riders from 2019 to 2020. In January and February of 2020, the Richmond Ferry had almost 35,000 boardings, which is an increase of 57% compared to the previous year. This growth symbolizes the huge promise of Richmond Ferry service. AC Transit saw a 48% decrease in riders, and as of mid-January, BART is seeing ridership at only 11% of what it used to be before COVID-19. In addition to working on individual budget crises and seeking emergency funding, public transit agencies from the 9 Bay Area counties partnered together to launch the Riding Together Bay Area Healthy Transit Plan to address health and safety concerns during the pandemic. As more residents become aware of paratransit services and the city's partnership with Lyft, ridership continues to increase. Nearly 4,000 residents are registered with paratransit and nearly 700 rides are completed each month. In March of 2020, ridership decreased significantly due to COVID-19 shelter-in-place order. However, May saw an increase in monthly ridership with numbers totaling 300 rides. At the time of last year's State of the City, there was a $2.7 million negative fund balance resulting from expenditures exceeding revenue, no subsidy from the general fund, and funds withheld from the West Contra Costa Transportation Advisory Committee and CCTA. I'm happy to report that the city has recovered from the negative balance as well as received Measure J funds to increase and enhance services for wheelchair clients and hire an adequate number of staff. Despite COVID-19, 2020 was an extraordinary year for the San Francisco Bay Trail in Richmond. The city completed the long-awaited connection with Point Pinole Regional Shoreline between the Richmond Parkway and the Dotson Family Marsh staging area. This project was funded by a $976,000 grant of Measure J gasoline tax revenues from the Contra Costa Transportation Authority and $130,000 from the Bay Trail Project at the Association of Bay Area Governments. Additionally, the city was granted funding to construct 22.5 miles along the shoreline from the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge to the northern border of the Point Melati property. The California Natural Resources Agency is providing $2.2 million from the Prop 68 Recreational Trails and Greenway Grant Program, and the California State Parks is providing $900,000 from the Recreational Trails Program. This will be more than a multi-use trail. Aside from Point Melati Beach Park, it will provide first-time public access to this shoreline in over 100 years. Richmond Greenway, the city has also secured funds to install 2.25 miles of the two-way protected bikeway on the streets between the Richmond Ferry Terminal and the Point Richmond Gateway at Girard Boulevard. This was made possible due to a $725,000 Caltrans Active Transportation Program grant, $325,000 from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and funds provided by Sims Metal Management and Industrial Properties Trust. This project will carry out plans developed as a part of the Richmond Ferry to Bridge to Greenway Complete Streets Plan. As for the Richmond Sanderfeld Bridge bicycle pedestrian path, the user count reached over 100,000 riders and walkers earlier this month. Remember, folks, this path is available as a part of a 4-year pilot project, so we need to continue using it or we'll lose it. In 2020, the Water Resource Recovery Division under the Public Works Department worked on 2 big projects. The first project replaced or rehabilitated over 17,000 linear feet of sewer on McDonald Avenue and Virginia Avenue at a cost of over $7 million. The second project replaced or rehabilitated over 24,000 linear feet of sewer line on Cutting Boulevard, Carson Boulevard, and Hoffman Boulevard at a cost of over $9 million. Another common reason that residents contact my office is to report dangerous street conditions. In 2020, the Street Maintenance Division within the Public Works Department paved 4.4 miles of streets on 62 blocks, filled over 1,700 potholes, and installed 26 speed bumps. Pictured on the right are before and after photos of South 46th Street and South 56th Street. Richmond's Pavement Condition Index score for 2020 was 62, 2 points lower than 2019. The red columns demonstrate the predicted PCI scores from 2021 to 2024 that were made by the city's Public Works Department. While local governments continue to work to improve their pavement condition, aging infrastructure remains a challenge for the region. The condition of Richmond streets is precarious and could get worse without additional funding. Our projected 5-year pavement funding is $28 million, as represented by the blue line in the chart. The $2.2 million spike in 2021 is due to a One Bay Area grant from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. The brown line represents what our funding would have looked like if we did not receive $1.7 million a year in gas tax revenue, thanks to Senate Bill 1. There's a 5-year funding gap of $9.1 million just to maintain conditions represented by the yellow line. Without that funding, conditions are predicted to worsen in 2023 and onward. Encouraging the development of places to go and things to do are important roles of city government to contribute to the quality of life in Richmond. After years of growing tourism, Richmond's most popular attractions saw just a fraction of visitors in 2020 compared to those they saw the previous year due to COVID. The Rosie the River Center saw an 81% decrease in annual visitors after closing in March, and the SS Red Oak Victory saw an 84% decrease. Another tourism setback was the closure of Richmond's Convention and Visitors Bureau, otherwise known as Visit Richmond CA, after the organization was unable to secure necessary funding from local hotels. The Rosie the River Visitor Center has been closed since March of 2020, so the annual Rosie Rally Homefront Festival was held virtually, serving as a 20th anniversary tribute. The Rosie the River National Historical Park utilized 2020 to repair damaged exhibits and add new features to existing exhibit characters. Visitors can have a virtual experience by visiting www.soundcloud.com and searching for Rosie the Riveter Trust. By the way, 2020 was the 20th anniversary of Rosie the River World War II Homefront National Historical Park. The SS Red Oak Victory has also been closed since March of 2020, but the staff is still afloat and their outlook is positive as they continue to maintain a great ship. They acquired and installed a 5-inch naval deck gun from Treasure Island with donated labor and equipment from local businesses. They were also able to net $40,000 from COVID-19 relief funding programs and launch an online store where folks can purchase apparel, books, DVDs, and souvenirs. Every year we feature a new piece of public art to highlight the state of the city. This year we're proud to highlight a new park in Marina Bay adjacent to the Moody Underpass that honors a historic Ohlone and Miwok shell mound site. The Ohlone and Miwok burial ground was discovered during the excavation of the Marina Bay Parkway to develop Moody Underpass. To create art installations that honor the site, the city of Richmond commissioned a locally and internationally recognized artist to carve 11 granite boulders using symbols and stories shared with him by members of the tribes being recognized. The boulders have been installed along a landscape walkway and nearby planter boxes where descendants of the honored tribes can cultivate herbs and crops traditional to their heritage. The park is expected to be named early this year and will soon be open to the public. Cities of Service and Richmond Love Your Block, in collaboration with Parchester Neighborhood Council and local artist Richard Muro Salazar, hosted community paint days where 66 volunteers spent 132 hours painting 1,000 square feet of sound wall panels in Parchester Village. This was made possible thanks to a neighborhood public arts mini grant from the Richmond Arts and Culture Commission. Since the start of COVID-19, the Richmond Tool Lending Library has been offering curbside service on and off, depending on whatever stay-at-home order is current. There is also a reduction in operating hours from 3 days a week to 2 days a week. 2020 saw 657 active patrons, over 8,000 completed loans, over 1,000 tools in inventory, and over 26 yearly donations. Additionally, a mobile tool library is in the works for North Richmond. What was the most requested tool? An extension cord. The Library and Community Services Department hosted several programs for sports fans, seniors, and people with special needs. Virtual and in-person sports included basketball, soccer, tennis, and Zumba. Senior and special needs programs included crafts, daily check-ins, dance and movement, exercise, holiday activities, and yoga. Since fiscal year 26-17, over $2.7 million from the Chevron Economic and Community Investment Agreement has been earmarked and allocated to nearly 130 organizations, including $530,000 awarded fiscal year 19 and 20 to 24 city organizations that support youth and community programs. The Mayor's Community Fund was revived in 2015 and raised contributions from golf tournaments and special events to primarily fund youth sports and recreation needs. But it has also provided critical funds for GRIP to open a warming center and to jumpstart the Richmond Rapid Response Fund by becoming the initial contributor. The overall goal of Richmond's participation in the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, with the acronym of GARE, G-A-R-E, is to eradicate racial disproportionalities and encourage and support racial equity in Richmond. The City of Richmond's GARE team is dedicated and focused on discussing and promoting equitable opportunities for both city staff and residents. Last year, the Richmond GARE team hosted several successful community workshops on racial equity and several discussions on the creation of racial equity action plan intended to support the goals set by the GARE team, including achieving racial equity, gaining community recognition, transforming the city into a racially equitable employer that promotes racial equity in contracting and procurement, and increased healthy life outcomes and the elimination of racial disproportionalities for citizens. A major responsibility of the mayor's office is keeping board and commission membership filled. Just last year, we appointed over 70 people to 24 boards and commissions. There are always open seats and lots of opportunities to get involved. I'll be announcing the current openings at the end of this meeting. Applications are online at the city clerk's office. There's a lot to wish for in 2021, but moving past COVID-19 is clearly top ranked. Although the subject of controversy and litigation, keeping Point Melotti and Campus Bay on track are the top of my personal priorities. Both are critical to Richmond's future. If I could pick one thing to accomplish in my 8 years as mayor, it would be zero homicide year. It's already too late for 2021, but that leaves me one more year. Relieving the chronic drain on Richmond's general fund by the Housing Authority will get a big boost by transitioning Nevin Plaza and Hacienda to the private sector. Wishing for a structurally balanced budget will continue to be tough to fulfill. Ending homelessness is a challenge that will require a huge investment and public policy change at the state and federal level. But we can help people and reduce blight at the same time with a transitional village and services. The regional housing needs assessment housing allocation will be a growing challenge for all cities. We've already provided zoning for substantial housing growth, but we're falling behind with actual construction. Our own budget challenges and the Trump administration reduced our activities to battle global warming, but I look forward to ramping them up again beginning this year. With the hoped for end of COVID-19, I look forward to restarting our initiatives to capitalize on our transportation hub, where just a year ago, there were 8,000 on and off boardings a day at BART. This year, we intend to restart some of the initiatives that resulted in the marketing and branding study completed in my first term as mayor. These are important for Richmond economic development and achieving a balanced budget. And finally, you'll be glad to hear that my presentation is over. This is a view from Richmond's recently cleaned up Terminal 4 at Point San Pablo, looking across the water at East Brother Light Station. If you haven't seen Terminal 4 since it's been cleaned up, I urge you to go out and take a look. Thank you, everyone, and have a great year.
Mayor, we do have 2 speakers.
Okay, call the public speakers, please.
The speakers are Gabriel Holland and Sean Stahlbaum. Gabriel?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Gabriel Holland with SCIU. Just want to respectfully disagree on the last discussion of the budget. As we discussed last week, our budget is much stronger than it has been previously revealed, in part because we passed 2 revenue measures in the last 3 years, but also because of last year's austerity budget process that overestimated liabilities and underestimated revenue. But we would suggest that Richmond needs to focus on helping our citizens recover, not figure out ways to stash money away when citizens are in need. This is important as we are just beginning to emerge from a terrible pandemic. Even our president is stepping up to bring down resources that America needs for recovery, not hiding away money and leaving our citizens penniless and living on the streets. Moreover, instead of embracing deficit hawk, GOP austerity budget talking points, our president is moving a values-based budget that will result in a just recovery for all. Specifically and importantly to Richmond, the president is proposing $350 billion for state and local governments. We anticipate this money will come down to local governments as soon as May. The state is also brimming with money and is even moving refunds. Finally, economists are now projecting a post-pandemic economic boom, and we are likely to see even higher revenues coming in. That said, Richmond residents are still struggling. We call on the council to reject the deficit hawk austerity budget talking points and work to help build Richmond for a just recovery for all. Stand with us, the 99%, not the 1%, and big corporations that would prefer low taxes and austerity budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean Stahlbaum.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Mayor and council members. It was Sean Salbaum with IFBT Local 21, representing more than 150 City of Richmond employees, also a member of the Lift Up Richmond Coalition. Found it unfortunate that the space of the State of the City address was used to push an incomplete narrative about the city's financial condition. A few things that I wanted to point out. First is that the city's bond ratings have improved or stayed consistent. There have been no downgrades in the city's bond ratings in recent years. The city's finished each of the last several budget years with a surplus. The city has improved its general fund cash reserves from what was a historic average just 10 years ago of anywhere from 7 to 10% at best to consistently higher year-end reserves. This fiscal year reserve is anticipated to end at 14.5%, which would be the highest in well over a decade. The state report indicating Richmond is the 5th most at-risk city used data from 2018, before Measure H and Measure U were passed by Richmond voters, and before the growth in reserves and year-end surpluses in recent years that I just mentioned. The city prepays each year for its pension liabilities and has cut into its OPEB liabilities significantly in recent years. The city has paid off several longstanding negative cash fund balances in recent years. And while we would never say Richmond is awash in cash, as was suggested, the plain fact is Richmond is in better fiscal shape than it has been in decades. This is not to say there aren't challenges, but we are proud of our role with Lift Up Richmond, proactively supporting new revenues for the city of Richmond and ensuring a budget that can meet the needs of Richmond's residents. And we hope we can count on the mayor and council to work with us collaboratively towards these goals. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, call the next item, please.
Next item is item I1. Individuals who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. If you're viewing by video, click on the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raise hand button. To comment by phone, press the star and then the number 9 key. And Ursula, can you please repeat those instructions in Spanish, please?
Could we have a staff presentation, please?
Ursula?
Yes.
Can you repeat those instructions? Hold on one second, Mayor.
Para comentar por computadora sobre el número de agenda I1, por favor levante su mano ahora. Seleccione la opción de participante en la parte de abajo de su pantalla de computadora y seleccione la opción que dice Raise Hand para levantar su mano. Para comentar por teléfono, oprima estrella 9. No podrá inscribirse para hablar después de que la secretaria municipal termine de leer el número y tema de la agenda. Gracias.
After I read the item into the record, your opportunity to raise your hand will be closed. Item I1 is to adopt a resolution approving the form of and authorizing the city's execution and delivery of the agreement with respect to an SRF loan in the amount of $50 million from the State Water Board. Designation of the obligation under the agreement as parity debt and therefore payable on a parity basis with bonds issued under the indenture as required by the agreement. Approving the creation and funding of a reserve fund as required by the agreement, designating the trustee as a paying agent under the agreement as required by the indenture with respect to parity debt. And we have no speakers for this item.
Could we have a staff report, please?
Mary, please unmute yourself.
There was. Okay. My name is Mary Phelps. I'm a project manager for the Water Resource Recovery Division. And I have with me this evening, Belinda Brown for the City of Richmond, as well as your and other team members are Chandrasekhar Van Conterman, or otherwise known as CV from Veolia. I have Jill Mortensen from Public Resources Advisory Group, John Palmer from ORIC, Katie Solem from Carollo, and Jonathan Boitano from Carollo. So if you have any questions after I do my brief staff report, they'll be able to answer technical or financial questions. This is a routine resolution regarding the state revolving fund, brief SRF loan. from the State Water Board. The city applied for this back in 2016. After several revisions, several meetings, the state has finally awarded with a letter of agreement to the city pending approval tonight to give us the $50 million. This will fund capital projects at the wastewater treatment plant, primarily the grit and aeration chambers that are currently basically defunct and non-operational at the treatment plant, which will help us with treatment processes that are currently non-operational at the treatment plant. This was identified in the 2006, 2007, and 2010 master plans. So this is something that is not new to the council. It's probably been a routine except for the new council members. So at that point, if you have any questions, I will answer them or refer to one of my team members.
Are there any questions from council members? Councilmember Bates.
Unmute, please.
Unmute yourself, please.
Councilmember Bates, unmute your mic.
Got any lip readers in the room tonight?
Unfortunately, no. Could you unmute your mic? There you
There
go.
you go. Start over again, Nat.
Okay. No, you muted yourself, sir. Okay.
Well, is that okay?
That's
Yes.
good.
Is there any interest rate associated with this?
Yes, there is. The current interest rate for the SRF loan is 1.4%.
Okay, thank you.
You better get one of those.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
it.
Any other questions? Any other questions from council members?
I'm sorry, I thought there was going to be a presentation or.
She gave the presentation.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was PowerPoint. Forgive me. We're
In
good.
the interest of brevity, I thought I would just present the staff report because there seem to be other presentations tonight. So.
Okay. Any other questions from council members? Are there any, Councilmember Martinez?
Yes, I was waiting for a presentation along with Melvin. I didn't realize that was it.
Yep, I'm it.
So this money it comes from the state, and is it a matching fund or is it just a loan that?
It's a loan. We are not required to do matching funds. Basically, the way the process works is the work is completed and we will have a contract with Veolia. So they will submit invoices. We will then submit the invoices for reimbursement from the state for the loan. And then we will make payments, based on annual invoices to the state on a repayment plan through the debt service program.
Okay, and Veolia is getting a 17% markup on this?
16 and a half. Yes.
16 and a half. Okay, that's almost 17.
Yes.
Close enough. Okay, and this is supposed to pay for exactly what, which capital
Pieces of
improvement
equipment.
specific?
The processes that were identified for this were the grit and aeration chambers at the treatment plant. And perhaps CV could answer more technical questions if you have more technical questions. I'm not a real expert on the processes of the treatment plant.
Yes, I do have some questions for Veolia. Is that correct?
Veolia, yes.
No,
For the engineers. Yes, I have Katie Salem and Jonathan Boitano.
Okay. Yeah. I was curious as to these capital improvements that you're going to make. Will they take up less foot space and provide more services, or what's the parameters on that?
They will replace existing infrastructure. They will take up about a similar footprint to what the existing facilities occupy. So the aeration basins, the footprint will be very similar. The new screening and headworks facilities, the footprint will be very similar. They will replace aging infrastructure so that the treatment process is more reliable. The headworks in particular is basically a wide spot in the line right now that's not providing removal of solids, debris, screenings from the process flow, and the new headworks will remove those. So it will provide additional treatment at the front end of the plant, which will make the overall process more reliable, especially with respect to meeting the MPDS permit requirements.
Okay, so we're looking at reliability, but we're not really looking at increase in volume.
The facilities are, no, it's really basically to replace the existing facilities, replace aging infrastructure that's unreliable. It's not an increase in capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, I think I saw Councilmember McLaughlin and then Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes, so I just, so this is $50 million and it sounds like from what I read, it goes through 2054 or something like that in terms of the allocation of the expenditures of the money and the payback with the 1.4% interest. Is that correct?
I'm going to let Joe Mortensen or John Orick answer that. They're more well-versed on that part.
Sure. Hi, it's Joe Mortensen from Public Resources Advisory Group. The terms are 30 years and the payments commence a year after the expected completion date of the project or the actual completion date. So right now the schedule we have is somewhat preliminary because it assumes the entire 50 million is spent, which may or may not be the case. And that the payment begins in 2024. And so it will be 30 years and it will retire 30 years, with 31 years after the project is complete.
I see. And another question is, so this money comes to the city, and yes, Veolia right now is our contractor, but this money can be allocated to any contractor or agency that is involved with this work. Is that correct? Should we not have Veolia at some point as a contractor?
Yes, based on the terms of the SRF loan, it would be, the money would be paid to whoever the current contractor is. Yes.
Or agency, right?
Or
Okay.
agency, yes.
Got it. Thank you.
I think to be exact, I believe Veolia is like the construction manager, not the contractor. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Other questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, so just following that comment about Veolia, what is the exact responsibility of Veolia with this?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
What is the responsibility of Veolia?
They will be the project manager of the contractor on site. They will oversee the project as well as Carollo. They will be the engineering firm that assists to ensure that the contractor is building it to the design specifications.
And is the money being managed by the city or by Veolia?
Oh, by the city.
Okay. And then my last question is, how is the repayment plan? How can you just talk about that? After, like, it's a loan for 30 years, how the cities plan to pay back that loan?
It's done through our debt service management program with the finance department. So the payments will be set up accordingly based on our debt service. I don't know what those payments would be at this point.
Approximately $2 million a year.
Okay, thank you, Belinda.
Any other questions from council members? Do we have public speakers, Madam Clerk?
We do not have any public speakers.
Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
Move the item.
Okay, motion by Willis.
Second.
Second by Johnson.
Martinez said it first, but yeah.
Okay, call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Thank you. Our next.
Okay, well, go, before you call them, I just want to say a couple of things. The clerk will call each one of these together. We'll call each one of them, but we're going to take them together. And so just a little bit of the protocol. She's going to call the items. We're going to let the sponsor of each item make some. The first thing we're going to do is see if we can get a supermajority vote to even discuss them. So the person who put these on the agenda can make a pitch why we should take them up, and then after that we will take a vote to see if we even take them up, and if that vote prevails, then we'll treat them as one item. That's the plan. So just to be official, Madam Clerk, why don't you call each of these one after the other, and then we'll have people make presentations.
Okay, we're going to allow public comment. So
we're going to allow public comment.
Okay, so any individuals that would like to speak on items I2 or I3, please raise your hand now. If you're joining us by video, press the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, press the star and the number 9 key. Item I2. I'm sorry, Ursula, can you please repeat that?
Sure.
In Spanish. Thank you.
Si desea dar comentarios sobre el tema de la agenda I2 y I3, por favor levante su mano ahora. Para comentar por computadora, seleccione la opción de participante en la parte de abajo de su pantalla y seleccione la opción que dice Raise Hand para levantar su mano. Para comentar por teléfono, oprima *9. No podrá inscribirse para hablar después de que la secretaria municipal termine de leer el número y tema de la agenda. Gracias.
Item I2 is to reconsider after a 2/3 vote to suspend the city council rules of procedures and order the direction the city council gave staff on February 2nd, 2021 regarding the location for the pilot safe parking program and select an alternative site to establish the pilot safe parking program. I3 is to reconsider after a 2/3 vote to suspend the city council rules of procedure and order the direction the city council gave city staff February 2nd, 2021 regarding the location and operator for the pilot safe parking program. Direct the city manager to not enter into a sole source contract with Housing Consortium of East Bay to operate the pilot safe parking program as previously authorized. Direct city staff to establish a 1-year pilot safe parking program on the city-owned site at the southeast corner of Bizzle Avenue at 22nd Street, and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a sole source agreement with Greater Richmond Interfaith Program, GRIP, for up to $560,000 to operate the pilot safe parking program. Make related site improvements and to include children and pets as part of the pilot program. Looks like we have 28 speakers for this item.
Well, there's a couple of things we can do. We can have people speak only on whether we take the item up now, or we can have them make a pitch for whichever one they prefer, assuming it is taken up. And we talked about this, Madam Clerk. What do we decide to do?
I think you may have spoke to the
city attorney. I wrote it down, but I can't find it.
I think you had decided that you were going to take one round of public comment for the whole item. And so my suggestion, if you're going to do that, is to go ahead and tee up the question that and let each of the 2 council members who have items to discuss why they're asking their colleagues to suspend the rules, and then before you take an action, you would need to take public comment. So if you are going to do it once, I would do it.
Thank you. That's what I recall. I was scrambling for it. So to be clear, at this point in time, if any council members want to speak on whether or not we should reconsider these motions, then we'll take comments from council members. Following that, we will vote on whether or not to reconsider this. Following the vote, if in fact it passes, at that point in time, we will ultimately allow all those 23 speakers to speak. Okay? Everybody got it? So,
Mr. Mayor, you are going to need to allow public comment on the motion before you take the motion to suspend the rules. So if you want to do one public comment, you would need to do all of that before the motion, but it could certainly be after the discussion by the council.
Point of order.
well, you've lost me now. So if we take 23 public commenters now, they're not going to get another bite at the apple later, right?
If you want to allow one public comment, then they would be commenting on both the motion to suspend the rules and the substantive items as well.
Okay, all right. I'll take your advice. So,
real quick, Mr. Mayor,
yeah.
if I may, I was only going to make this suggestion before going to public comment, unless I missed it, then my apologies for being confused. But would it make sense for both Councilmember Bates and Councilmember Jimenez just to kind of do a quick summary and overview as to why they put the item on the agenda before going to public comment?
That's the first thing we're going to do. So,
okay, just wanted to double check. Sorry.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just, can't we just do a vote on the reconsiderate and whether to reconsider first, then let Councilmember Jimenez or Councilmember Bates and then Councilmember Jimenez give their framing of the item?
Well, that's not what the city attorney recommends. The city attorney recommends that we let council members Jimenez and Bates speak on their motion to reconsider, and then we take comments from council members on that, and then we let the public speak.
Whatever
Okay.
you want to do.
And then we vote on the motion to reconsider. Once we're past that, if in fact it passes, we're not gonna allow the public to come up and talk again. They get one shot at it here. So we could either let them come. We could either let them come now or let them come later. And they seem to be eager, so let's do it now. Okay. Okay. All right. So I believe the first item here was put on here by Councilmember Bates. Do you want to make your pitch for reconsideration, Councilmember Bates?
Yes, I guess I'm unmuted, right? Well, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Last week, this city council, by a vote of 5-1-1, authorized a safe parking program at the Hilltop Shopping Center. Obviously, in my opinion, that was ill-advised, but more important, I think it violated the very principles of transparency, in that you decided to go with a site without public input. I don't think anyone in the Hilltop area was aware that that site was under consideration. So from my perspective, this violated their rights to participate and to be heard. And I'll be brief, and from that perspective, on behalf of that Hilltop community, I think that we should rescind, eliminate that site, and that any other site should, if you decide, should be open for that neighborhood to also come forward. I don't, Mayor McLaughlin, you've been the mayor, I've been the mayor, Tom's been the mayor. We just don't go into a situation without actively providing an opportunity for the citizens that are going to be affected to speak. So for those reasons, whatever site that is eventually recommended, before we vote for it, I think or an obligation to the community that's going to be affected to come in and have their say. Then you 4 votes, obviously, is the majority. You do as you so desire. So therefore, I'm requesting that, number one, Hilltop be taken off on behalf of the Hilltop community for consideration. Second, that whatever consideration or neighborhood thereafter, that we allow them an opportunity to speak as well before we finalize the decision. So thank you very much.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
Okay, thank you. I want to start off by saying that I know this has been a frustrating process for a lot of people. I think most people in Richmond want to do the right thing for the unhoused community living amongst us. But for many people, there is also a concern about what it will mean for the quality of life and the value of their home if this project ends up being located close to where they live. The reality is that if we want to address this issue, everybody needs to put their part. Communities needs to be open to allow programs like safe parking and other programs to be feasible. That is something we must also take seriously. I do think the city council has an obligation to choose a location tonight. And I am going to make a case for locating it in the city-owned lot on 22nd and Bissell, across the street from the Greater Richmond Interfaith Program Group, an organization that has been providing services for the homeless over 50 years. I think the city-owned lot across the street from GRIP is the best choice for 3 reasons. One, being co-located with GRIP means that the resident of the new community will have access to services that GRIP already provides, such as showers, meal, and others. Other sites under consideration will not have the benefit of being co-located with an experienced provider of services to the unhoused. Secondly, on top of the presence of GRIP, this location is within walking distance of bus lines, the bar station and groceries store, and several other services. Third, in the very likely case that our city still needs safe RV and car parking after the 1-year pilot program expires, the GRIP lot can continue to be used for this purpose. To the best of my knowledge, all other sites will need to be closed down for good at the end of the pilot program, even if the need for parking still exists. That expiration date will make any investment in infrastructure and other sites a waste, and it will unnecessarily disrupt the lives of residents who will still need a place to park safely at the end of the pilot. I realize that this is a drawback, that the lot is not currently paved, and I think it is worth the investment. The mayor has been promoting the Hilltop site as the ideal site for the safe parking pilot project. He has publicly said that the potential new buyer, Prologis, is willing to donate $250,000 or even $500,000 to the project. Even though the Hilltop is a huge piece of land, which is appealing, I don't think the Hilltop location is an appropriate choice. I have questions about why the new potential owners, Prologis, are offering their land for this project and money. They are a logistic company, not a social service provider. In other words, are there a string attached to this deal? To me, this feels like a backroom deal that has left the community out. Trading short-term benefits for long-term problems has gotten Richmond in trouble with the AstraZeneca land and Point Molari. So I want to avoid it here. Another topic is fairness. We are ready to spend over $500,000 and the city did not issue an RFP, so other local service providers like GRIP and other groups could have been able to at least have a chance to apply. Even though our city municipal code allows the city to enter into a sole source contract, we need to look at this closer for future contracts. The housing crisis was a big issue before the pandemic, and every day is getting worse. We need to have solutions in the short and long term, solutions that are locally controlled and include everyone. To reiterate, I think the park should be it should be located across from GRIP, and I think we must choose a location tonight. Then in coming weeks, we must ensure that it's properly managed and must increase communication with the surrounding community, whichever one it ends up being, to hear and try to address their concerns. In other words, we have an opportunity to do good here, and we cannot waste it. So all what I am asking my colleagues is to vote yes to allow GRIP to present their project, and then you can decide whether you will support it or not. Thank you.
Are there other council members who would like to speak on the presumed motion to reconsider? Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to say that I support reconsidering this item. Earlier when I said, we should do the vote for reconsideration first, I didn't mean we didn't go to the speakers certainly before we make a decision on a site. Of course, we want to go to hear the speakers first. But in any case, this way is fine. Also, I just want to share that I do support reconsidering.
Okay, another Councilmember Johnson, Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yeah. So first, I need somebody to correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe the action that we took at the last meeting was to go with the Civic Center with a second eye towards Hilltop. And I know that was like a last minute horse trade. In the moment to get it over the hump, I see the city attorney popped on, so please correct me if I'm wrong.
It was the other way around. It was Hilltop as the first choice with the Civic Center as the alternate if Hilltop didn't pan out in the time frame.
Okay, well, yeah, I completely agree with Councilmember Bates. I think we should take Hilltop off of the Councilmember Bates as well as Councilmember Jimenez, take Hilltop off of the list after having the opportunity to do some more talking with staff who are more intimately involved with this project. I've come to my own conclusion that I just don't think the Hilltop is feasible. And then also given, as Councilmember Bates put it, with the Hilltop community input on the project. In regards to Councilmember Jimenez's motion, I am in full support of reconsidering it so we can have the conversation. I did have full disclosure. I had the opportunity to, hear part of the presentation. If it's not the same as tonight, which I'm probably sure it is. So I really would like, for everyone to have that opportunity to hear that presentation. And so that way we can put it on the equal, on an equal playing field and make a sound decision based off of all of the information presented tonight. So I'm in full support of both Councilmember Bates and Councilmember Jimenez's motion to reconsider. And thank you for correcting me.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, here is my thing. And before we get to the conclusion of this motion, I really just want to know what the county has said, because when we voted on it, it was because this was do or die at this point. We either appropriated this money or we did not. And honestly, I won't speak for Vice Mayor Johnson, but for me personally, Hilltop was thrown out there randomly. I didn't even think it was going to be realistic to begin with. My whole mind was that this is going to go to the Civic Center because it was pending if it was going to be accepted by the owners of Hilltop and anything else that came up. And if there are strings or quid pro quo that's attached to going to the Hilltop side, that's not what I intended when I made that motion. It was either will you accept the contract just to house some folks for a year while we figure out a transition plan and what would that compensation be? As simple as that. But if there's anything else attached to it, I am really not interested. We'll happy to reconsider, but honestly, I thought this was going to go to Civic Center to begin with. Also, yeah, I will ask, I've been actually very frustrated with the narrative that's being pushed about homeless people, considering I get calls all the time about homeless mothers, pregnant daughters and everything living in their cars and then listening and reading emails vilifying those same people that I'm trying to figure out how to help out, whose only crime was being unfortunate enough to lose shelter over their head. So I understand people's concern about crime and safety. Trust me, I get it. I grew up in it. I grew up around homeless people and people who were addicts, and I personally never felt in danger by them. I did feel like they needed some help and services, because right now, currently, there aren't no services serving those people right now. So I want to understand the frustration that people are feeling, but I also hope that the same people who are feeling these frustrations show a little bit of sympathy and empathy for folks whose lives are pretty much devastated right now, and who are not blessed enough to have a roof over their head like we have right now. Wanted to express that frustration, but the key point I want to get out there, what is the county saying? And I am interested in hearing the interfaith project and proposal and the proper way to implement that, so we can make sure that this program is the best program it can be. But doing nothing is not an option for me. And I hope we leave here with a tangible decision that actually gets us off the ground, because this has been years coming. And frankly, as somebody that's been a part of those conversations, it's starting to get a little frustrating.
Is there anybody here from the county that can answer his questions?
Mr. Mayor, should we not be discussing this until we take the vote to reconsider? And if we're going to hear from the public speakers before the vote, I have a lot to say on this.
Okay, all right.
But I'm thinking I'm holding off on it.
Okay, all right. Let's, other council members want to talk about the motion to reconsider. I don't see any other hands up. So the proper motion would be to, number one, suspend the rules. And then the second part of it would be to reconsider the previous motion to rate Hilltop as the preferred site, and the Civic Center as the second preferred site. So I think it would be proper for either Councilmember Bates or Councilmember Jimenez to make the motion and or second it, since they're the ones who put it on the agenda. So one of you guys want to do it?
Well, my motion was to reconsider, and also at the same time eliminate the Hilltop Shopping Center site. So that's my motion.
Well,
I second that.
I think City Attorney, you want to say something?
Motion's been made and seconded.
Well, I don't think it's a proper motion. I think the motion has to be number one, to suspend the rules.
All right, then I move that we suspend the rules.
And then to reconsider.
Okay, that'll be the motion.
And then later on, we're going to talk about, it'll be inherent in the motion that.
Right, the motion to reconsider has been made and seconded.
Okay.
I still have problems. That was the whole purpose of my placing this on the agenda, to reconsider.
Well, we're gonna have a whole debate on that. But first of all, we got to get to the point.
I'm sorry, I'm calling you Mayor, Councilmember Bates. The motion requires a five affirmative votes to reconsider. If you get those 5 affirmative votes, then you can later make a motion to eliminate Hilltop if that's what you want.
Okay.
That motion would only require 4 votes to pass.
I'll follow your city attorney's advice.
But the motion, go ahead, Terry.
There are 2 items that are being requested here for reconsideration. Both Councilmember Bates and Councilmember Jimenez would like reconsideration, to waive the rules and to reconsider the site decision. In addition to that, Councilmember Jimenez is also asking for reconsideration of the decision you made about authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with the operator. And so there are 2 items for reconsideration with Councilmember Jimenez's item, only one with Councilmember Bates' item.
Right, but we only need to suspend the rules once, correct? Or do we need to suspend the rules for each item?
You need to suspend the rules for each of those, one for the site and one for the operator.
So, city attorney, you know, we were sent a transcript of Councilmember Willis's motion last time, and I don't believe it said anything about who the operator should be. So why do we need to reconsider that?
So I'm gonna defer this for a moment, and then we'll take it back with the mayor's permission to the clerk to talk about. She read through the watched the video and made a determination about the motion that I'd like to hear from her with the mayor's permission.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, at the February 2nd City Council meeting, I read the entire recommended action into the record. The council did not make any decision to take these different issues up separately. So the discussion around the item continuously talked about having the need to vote on the item to avoid losing funding. So after I reviewed the video and just listened to the conversation, my determination is that the entire item was approved that night.
So my recommendation at this point is to go with what the clerk has said. That said, if we don't end up with a different operator after this evening, I do know that I'm understanding the city manager will just come back to reaffirm her understanding of what she's been directed next week, which will not have anything to do with the site. It will be the operator.
Well, right.
What did the exact words of the motion say? That's what the motion is. It's not what someone thinks it means. It's what the words say. So what are the exact words of the motion?
The exact words of the motion that was approved, hold on one second, was a motion made by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Vice Mayor Johnson, to consider the Hilltop Mall parking lot as the first choice site and the Richmond Civic Center parking lot as the second choice site. Friendly amendment made by Councilmember McLaughlin to make certain that staff was aware of the homeless encampment at the Richmond Main Library and safety concerns of the library. Employees were addressed humanely as soon as possible, was accepted. And that was the motion.
So, Mr. Mayor, to take everything into account, I move that we do a reconsideration, that we suspend the rules and do a reconsideration of the vote for both the site and the operator. Would that cover everything?
Yeah, I think that's where we're headed. And since Bates and Martinez made the original motion, if that's okay with them, I think that's what we'll do.
I'm okay with that.
If it passes, then we start over again. Okay. All right. Any other council members want to speak on this? Okay. At this time, Madam Clerk, call the public speakers. And remember, speakers, that you get to speak once. If you whatever you want to talk about, if it's on this subject, this is your chance. When that's over, the city council will take it up and we'll act on it or not. Okay.
Okay. So a matter of clarification. We are not voting right now to suspend the rules.
Yeah, we're going to, but we're going to have public.
But we're going to have public comment.
Public comment first.
So we have 27 speakers.
Okay.
Each speaker shall be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. And I'm going to have Ursula call the speakers.
Yes, I will call the speakers in groups of 10. Please be prepared to speak. The first group is Dee Jackson, Lisa Johnson, Nick Despota, Paul, Christina B., Jeff Denson, Brenda Posada, Capri, Tom Harriman, and Lupe. Dee Jackson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Dawn Jackson. I'm a Richmond resident. I had a prepared speech ready, but since everything has been turned upside down, I guess I'll just wing it here. little disappointment about how this is all going. First of all, I'd like to thank Council Members Bates and Jimenez for bringing this back so that we can actually have conversation about it. I appreciate all of their comments. I don't believe that the Hilltop Mall is a good option for this pilot for a number of reasons, which I obviously don't have time to go into. But there aren't, excuse me, there aren't any services, sanitation, or any other support services to support this community who really needs the support. And if we already have programs in place in the city who can help them, why not support those programs, bolster them up so that we can get the help to as many people as possible. So I hope that the council as a whole will vote to approve, I guess, the I-2, I-3 combination, but basically to suspend the rules and to take Hilltop off the list and find a better option for a long-term solution. These folks really need help. Thank you.
Ursula?
Sorry, our next speaker is Lisa Johnson.
Good evening, council members. I just want to say that I support the fire training center, which was one of the 3 sites that city staff highly recommended. And if you can suspend the rules and reconsider the council's vote on February 2nd with a 2/3 majority, then I don't see why you can't reconsider the fire training site. The $560,000 supports approximately 30 vehicles. Civic Center lot will not accommodate this number of vehicles, whereas the fire training center will. The fire training center is practically turnkey ready, whereas the Civic Center is not. You have a fiduciary responsibility with taxpayer money. We need to support the people that this program intends to help. And personally, I would not appropriate future heat funding or this current funding if the city cannot show they are responsible and will vote to spend funds that will support the greatest number of people in the most efficient time period. Moreover, I do not understand why this council does not understand that the heat money will not come through if they select GRIP as the service provider. I am dismayed that the GRIP board of directors would allow Council Member Jimenez to continue to go forward with this item when they know that their current organization does not have the capacity or capability to take on an additional program, let alone one of this magnitude, when they can't even appropriately meet their current responsibility to existing clientele, the county, and taxpayers. I have also been repeatedly asking the city to address several outstanding issues that have not been addressed. There is no plan post the first year. There must be goals, objectives, and a timeline for what the city is going to do. How is the city planning to address those at Ryden Road and Castro who do not qualify for this program or refuse to participate? Is the city assuring taxpayers that they will see to it that Richmond residents are prioritized for this program versus those outside of our city? And that's the end of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nick Despota.
Good evening, council members. My name is Nick Despota. Despite disagreements around this question, there are values and interests that everyone listening share in common, and reminding ourselves of these values will help us find acceptable solutions. See if you agree. We all want to feel secure in our homes, whether our home sits on a concrete foundation or is mounted on wheels. We all want to feel safe as we move around the city. We want our kids to be safe. We all want to be free from the impacts of crime and drugs, often the consequences of unmet needs, anger, and despair. We all want to live healthy lives. That requires that all of us have access to facilities for personal hygiene and sanitation, especially during the pandemic. We want jobs that enable us to pay our living expenses, and we want our neighbors to have jobs. And perhaps most importantly, we all want respect. That's something that must be given in order to be received. We all act out of self-interest to some degree, but how we conceive of our self-interest can vary greatly. And I'll end by paraphrasing Theodore Roosevelt. He said, "The fundamental rule of our civic life, the the rule which underlies all the others is that on the whole and in the long run, we shall go up or down together. So I encourage all of us to consider what we can do in our own neighborhoods in the service of the common good. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Paul. Paul?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Yeah. My comment is that number one, I support Bates and Jimenez and Martinez with their motions to reconsider and to eliminate possible site for the always. I don't agree at all with the way this was presented. I've been living here, my wife and I are retired. We've lived in Philadelphia for 9 years. One time, in all that time, has anybody said anything about all as a parking lot for the homeless? Nobody asked us. I found out about it by reading the newspaper. Emails to the council. You know what they did? They blocked further email. What's that about? You did it in the dark of night. That's the way I look at it. And then when my wife is telling me to call, had no input into it. And I watched the presentation. One of your staff sent it to me, and I saw there were 3 other options. 3 options. Hilltop wasn't even considered. And then at the very end of the meeting, the mayor says, I like Hilltop. Everybody went along with it. How can that be? I have a staff and you're not going to listen to them and abide by what they present to you. All right. Secondly, the petition that I saw has 1,700 signatures on it. That'd be a pretty good reason for that. Right? You can't tell me that 1,700 people who live in this area are going to be wrong and y'all are going to be right. No, that's not, no, can't be. All right, that's about all I have to say. I'm for reconsidering and eliminating Hilltop as a possible site. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christina B. Christina?
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Christina Retzi. I've lived in Richmond for over 15 years and been a member of the Homeless Task Force for over 2 years. Michelle Milam and city staff spent a lot of time reviewing sites. It sounds like they reviewed well over 35 sites and then finally recommended 3 sites at which a safe parking pilot could be implemented immediately. As several council members noted last week, of the 3, the fire station will accommodate 30% more people and require less infrastructure, so more bang for the buck. But any of their recommended sites will be much better than continuing to delay. The most important thing now is to start creating a path forward for our city to constructively deal with homelessness. The need is greater than 30 safe parking spots, so we can and should continue to explore additional sites. Let's do this while we immediately begin to serve 20 to 30 RV dwellers in a much safer and more organized fashion than is occurring now. While I'm grateful for GRIP service to our city, the site across from GRIP is not at all ready for safe parking pilot. Paving and infrastructure alone will take time and likely cost half the budget that could otherwise provide direct service to unsheltered residents. Furthermore, let's give the pilot the best chance at success by choosing an operator who has a proven track record with this type of program. They will shorten our learning curve and teach us best practices as we move forward. Furthermore, the sooner we can demonstrate success, the more state and county funds will be made available to us for future homeless programs. If we miss this window or if we perform poorly, we jeopardize these sources of funding. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. If we need to organize community meetings as part of the process, please let's do that. But I urge the council to authorize this program to move forward immediately at one of the 3 sites and with the operator recommended by the task force and city staff. Everything is lined up and just waiting for your authorization to move forward. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Denson.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay. Hello, Richmond City Council members. My name is Jeff Denson, and I'm a Richmond resident.
and a board member of the Valley Park Homeowners Association. I would like to first thank the council members that have spoken out against moving the safe parking site to Hilltop Mall. I appreciate your consideration on this important decision. Hilltop Mall is not a sustainable or even logical location for the pilot safe parking site due to its lack of infrastructure for such a venture. This point is made even more poignant when one of the other proposed sites has a plethora of services specifically dedicated to helping people in need, along with medical facilities and public transportation. It is painfully clear that the GRIP site is the best option to help our homeless brothers and sisters by offering the strongest chances to help them get back on their feet. Hilltop has no support system in place to help the unhoused, and if it were to be chosen, any and all funds that would be put into developing this site would have a year-long lifespan. According to Mayor Butt, what Hilltop has to offer is a large paved parking lot. Simply put, pavement will not offer a solution to the disparity between low income and the exorbitant cost of living in the Bay Area, medical and psychiatric services for those in need, or any infrastructure for attending to basic human needs. When there is another proposed site that will very clearly address these issues and more, it is ludicrous to move the safe parking site to a commercial parking lot that is literally surrounded by homes, 2 schools with a 3rd school 1 block away in a far corner of Richmond that is out of the reach of city government and services. The best site for the long-term solution is clearly the GRIP site. The GRIP site has a contract with GRIP, also allows for kids and dogs, pets, to be part of the project. Any money spent on the infrastructure can be used towards the long-term solution. GRIP is a local nonprofit, a Richmond nonprofit, and we should be supporting our local nonprofit organizations. This will make sure that we are investing in our own community and providing local jobs. Excuse me?
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Brenda Posada.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Posada. I'm the president of the Country Club Vista Homeowners Association. We have 645 homes that border the Richmond Country Club. The homeowners that live in this community have invested their life savings in the hopes that one day they can sell their homes for a good chunk of monies and then fund their retirement. Projects like what has been proposed right now by the mayor put those plans in jeopardy. I echo the thoughts of the other speakers in that the answer to your calculation is 2.7. Sorry, I echo the thoughts of the other speakers in that this is not the correct location. It does not have the facilities needed that could provide services for these homeless people. And I appreciate Council Member Melvin Willis, who reminded us all that these are people that need our help. And I agree, they do need our help and we need to find a proper place for them. This is not it. First of all, the housing values would greatly be reduced by the implementation of this encampment at this location. Secondly, we have other viable sites from what I've heard. I know that one speaker didn't like GRIP. Other speakers recommended the Civic Center. Whatever the choice be, it is not Hilltop. What happened to the idea of the mall, this beautiful mall that was proposed for several months that indicated a lot of community units, housing units, apartments that Mayor Butt himself admits we need for the future of Richmond to succeed. I agree that we need to suspend the rules and reconsider and take Hilltop off the consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Capri.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Capri Roth. Thanks for hearing my comment. I'm a Richmond homeowner and resident of the last 4 years. And I wanted to comment tonight and say I really feel that people living in unsafe conditions due to experiencing homelessness deserve for this issue to be treated with urgency. They, can't afford to wait for this process to become politicized by back and forth bickering by people who are safely housed. Like, that just feels really insulting, frankly. And I would just urge council in reconsidering here to, if you choose to reconsider, that you revisit the staff recommendations and you select one of the sites recommended by the staff. It's a well-presented options, and I think picking any of them would really serve our community. Finally, I just wanted to make a note in sort of response to comments about having people experiencing homelessness in our neighborhoods, and specifically the comments about if locating a safe parking site in the neighborhood has a negative impact, and only to say these are our neighbors. They're already living in the neighborhood. They're parked at the end of the road. They're parked in parking lots. They're parked under the overpasses. Like, these are our neighbors. They're here now, and the way that we improve the conditions for all of us in the city is to provide a safe parking sites, provide better housing resource options for the people who are going through this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Harriman.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted.
Yes, you can begin.
Okay. Hi. Thanks for letting me speak, council members and Mayor Butt. I sympathize with the neighbors around Hilltop who are so opposed to the idea of unhoused people living in RVs in their neighborhood. They're worried about crime, trash, and drugs. So today I went down to visit an RV safe park in Oakland that was started a couple of years ago. I found that it was a clean, quiet, and orderly place. And I talked to several residents that were thrilled to be away from the dangers of parking on city streets. Many of the residents work full-time. Richard, a forklift driver, told me that even working full-time, he could not afford a house or apartment in Oakland. He was so grateful for the chance to live under his own roof in a safe, secure environment. He told me that everybody there looked out for each other and immediately alerted security if strangers tried to get in or anything at all was wrong. This camp in Oakland has an on-site management, 24-hour security, regular health and social services. There were no piles of trash or derelict vehicles. I walked around for about an hour and talked to several people. It was like a little village, a quiet, peaceful enclave in South Oakland. We need places like that in Richmond, not just at Hilltop, but in many of our neighborhoods all across Richmond. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next group of 10 speakers is Lupe, Jesse Turan, Tarnell Abbott, R. Carson, Christine Denson, Benice Wagner, Larry Lewis, Deborah Small, Molly Kresh, and Courtney Cummings. Lupe, and please state your complete name for the record.
Hello?
Yes, Lupe.
Yes. So my name is Guadalupe Ñana, and I am a lifelong Richmond resident. I've lived in Richmond. My parents have lived in Richmond over 50 years now. And I am really concerned when it comes to the messaging that we're getting in the neighborhoods with this safe parking. We're getting really mixed messages. We, don't know the direction of where this is going, how it's going to impact our neighborhood. So I live half a block down from Grip. And there's been so many problems across the years. I think that going with what staff is recommending and finding a secure place and even someone who can actually run this program to its full capacity and seeing how it's going to work, then trying to relocate it when it needs to be relocated into one of our neighborhoods is going to be the way to go. I don't have faith in the capacity that Grip's able to do this. It's even with their, programming that they host now is really impacted our neighborhood to where, no neighborhood wants this in their neighborhood. I am not saying this is not for my neighborhood. I am saying that we need to make sure that whatever program we bring in, that we're doing it to its full capacity, that we're making sure that it's going to run and perform the way it's intended. and that then when it comes to relocating it, then it's going to be open arms into whatever neighborhood it goes in. I think going with staff recommendation is going to be the best. Civic Center seems to me to be the best bet, or even the fire station at this point. I think having to bring resources to the community there is also going to be very impactful. Like we always expect, people to come out into the community and look for their own resources. I think bringing it to their site is going to be the best impactful way. And like I said, I don't agree with GRIP taking on this project, not at this point. And like I said, there needs to be a solution now. So I hope that the city council really takes that vote and walks around the neighborhoods to see the impact that it has now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I am a resident of Ryden Road, and I would like, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to the woman that acknowledged that it's insulting to have us being talked about without any input from the actual residents, having other people decide our fate, our destiny, without any outreach or without us being asked what we want to do or what we think about these different options. It's very insulting. Secondly, we don't want to be someplace where we're not, wanted, where we're going to be. I mean, no one wants to be someplace where the residents are offended by us. So I don't think Hilltop is a good area at all. That said, GRIP is scary. It's not managed well. The people here on Ryden Road, they're traumatized, they have mental illness, they have physical disabilities, they're very vulnerable. And if you moved us to GRIP, or if you moved us to the Civic Center, you would be taking people in the most vulnerable segment of the population and dropping them in the middle of a war zone. That is not going to work out well. There are a lot of other sites in Richmond where we would not have, we shouldn't be around kids and very high priced properties and stuff. That's not the proper location. But there's places like near the UC Berkeley Global Campus or near Point Malate, or these places where the mayor has earmarked for housing development, but that have not been developed yet. Some place like that a little section could be set aside for us. There's also, as far as funding goes, there are so many grants at the state and at the federal level, and the money could be gotten for the city from those grants, millions, maybe even billions of dollars, if there was someone out there looking and requesting that money. But it has to, those requests have to come from the city.
Expired.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell?
Hello.
Tarnell? Okay, we'll come back to Tarnell. Our next speaker is...
She's there, she's just muted.
Yeah, I'm pressing unmute and it's not unmuting her for some reason. Tarnell?
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. So who gets to unmute, me or you?
I'm trying to unmute you, but it wasn't going through.
Okay. So it isn't my fault if I'm sometimes not unmuted. Is that correct?
Well, on your end, you could also unmute yourself.
Yes. Well, I've done that.
Start.
Or 9.
Thank you.
Talking. Thank you.
Obviously, whatever we do is going to be a bit of a Band-Aid because this is such a huge issue. I do urge the city to act quickly. I do urge you to use the fire training center site, which is the one that's going to accommodate the most people. And yes, the helicopter can land somewhere else, like perhaps on top of one of the Civic Center buildings. I actually think that Hilltop should be developed for the future as low income and middle income and subsidized housing. We clearly, it's not just like a today problem, it's a tomorrow problem. It's only going to get worse. And instead of building housing developments in inappropriate areas like Point Melati, which will ruin our public shoreline, or building on the toxic waste sump at Seneca, build housing, build affordable housing at Hilltop. You're gonna need it. I mean, if you can do GRIP, fine. But it sounds to me like it's not gonna be ready in time, and you gotta use this money or lose it. So go for the immediate thing that you can do, which is, you know, the biggest number of people you can house at the fire training center or at Civic Center. Go to GRIP if GRIP can get it together to do this in a timely fashion, but plan for the long run and quit building housing in inappropriate places. Build it at Hilltop. It's you know, you lack, there's a certain amount of vision that's lacking. Build for the long term. Build your affordable housing at Hilltop, and the infrastructure can certainly be made there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is R. Carson. R. Carson. Hello.
Desmond Carson, lifelong resident of Richmond, an ER doc here. I was just disappointed. I'm a Hilltop resident of the process, that we were not given any informed information that this whole scenario was going by. I just read it on a flyer on a poster while walking this morning. So I'm obviously not competent of all the concerns. But one concern is that the process that our city council and representatives did this behind closed doors, which make us not trustworthy of the process, nor of the city councilmen. So or women. So for the two who abstained, or not abstained, but said no to the process, thank you, in particular Nat Bates. Two, there has to be places, we all want to help, but nobody wants them to be, quote unquote, in their neighborhood. So where would be the places that would be safe, like the UC Berkeley site, or the Point Melati site, and have spots that are close to the services that these individuals are going to need. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Denson. Christine.
Yes, hello. I live in Hilltop Village, and I support implementing a more sustainable plan to assist our unhoused community members. I read that the city has been looking for sites since 2017, yet at the last minute before a decision had to be made, Hilltop was thrown onto the table as a temporary solution without our community input. 2,000 people have signed a petition about this in 2 weeks of time. I feel really strongly that our city should do the right thing and relocate unhoused citizens in RVs to a site with capacity for more long-term support structure. The site near GRIP on 22nd is a location proposed by Hilltop Community. It is on city rather than private property, and there are already built-in unhoused services adjacent to it. Any of the sites recommended by the city, like the fire station, would be preferable to a parking lot at Hilltop. I think that GRIP would be an ideal choice for the pilot parking program, and it could have room to grow. There's public transit, medical, and other community services nearby that Hilltop does not have. GRIP can provide a mailing address and meals and showers for people that need it. Strong community supports like those at GRIP would help struggling people rebuild in a space that would be more accommodating for long-term progress and serve more individuals over time. The City Hall location would be much closer to those public amenities as well. And Making an investment in the infrastructure to support vulnerable groups would be better for them, better for everyone, rather than creating an unsustainable and temporary fix at the mall that will have to be revisited after a short time. I request that you reflect on this when deciding upon what is best for all of us. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Venice Wagner.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I wanted to first thank Councilman Bates and Councilwoman Jimenez for putting this on the agenda today. One of the things I'm most concerned about is that this was voted on last week or the week before without any input from the community in which you were actually choosing. And I think that transparency is so important to build trust between our government officials and between communities. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I feel as if people had more trust in the government and the city government and what they said they're going to do, they might not oppose the Safe Park pilot program being at Hilltop. Essentially, what I think people are saying is they don't have faith that you actually have a plan to address this issue. It's a very complicated and nuanced issue. And I still haven't really heard a plan. I have heard a lot of proposals to do things, but what is your exact plan? So that is my comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Larry Lewis. Larry?
Hello, can
Hi,
you hear
Larry.
me?
Yes,
Hi.
you can begin.
Hi there, I'm Larry Lewis. I'm Executive Director of the Richmond Police Activities League and former 33-year veteran of the Richmond Police Department. PAL is located at the corner of 22nd and McDonald Avenue. We are here because of the city. Mechanics Bank donated this building in 1997, and PAL was asked to be the anchor of this location to create a one-stop youth center. We built a great organization with some wonderful activities for youth. In building this building, the One-Stop Youth Center, the city required us to have a parking lot. Then City Manager Isaiah Turner, with approval of the City Council, leased the property at 22nd and Bissell to Richmond PAL for parking. Because of limited funding, we've been unable to build a parking lot there, but we have had other activities there. Our lease just expired during COVID, and we've been unable to work with the city to get the 2 5-year extensions that we are able to come back for to maintain and keep this lot with us. We're asking the city not to choose the 22nd and Bissell Avenue because it's needed for PAL, it's needed for our programming. We have plans for that. Currently, we're operating a learning hub with kids. We're going to be opening a school with kids in March if COVID allows. And we've already been down the road where a homeless encampment popped up across the street from GRIP, and GRIP was not able to manage that. That parking space, that area at 22nd McDonald or Bissell would not be able to accommodate RVs, and it would be an unmanageable situation. And we've had various crime problems as a result of homelessness in this area.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Small.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Deborah Small. I'm a Richmond resident of the last 10 years. I'm also a member of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. And I have 2 things I want to say. One is that we just had a very comprehensive presentation at our last task force meeting about issues related to homelessness in Richmond. And one of the things that we learned is that this is not either or conversation. This is a this and conversation. Even if we fully implemented the pilot project in the location that we're talking about right now, it wouldn't even come close to meeting the needs that we have in our city for people who are unsheltered. And so I really think that we need to be talking about everything that we can do right now to meet people's needs, including having a space at Hilltop, because these are people who were already parking on the street. This is about providing them safety as they do so. And then on the second level, this issue has become so personal for me. The first conversation I had this morning was with my brother, who called to tell me that he had just gotten an order of eviction from the court where he lives in Connecticut. He's 62 years old. He's worked his entire life. He spent the last 15 years working as a caterer in New York, a business that completely collapsed when COVID started. Now he's being evicted. He doesn't know what he'll do. He doesn't have a regular job or enough money to get another apartment. He thinks he may end up living in an RV. I would like to think that if that happens to him, he'll at least have a safe place to be. And I'd like to think that I live in a city that recognizes that any of us could end up in that kind of situation, and that we'll do everything that we can to help people and not think of them as being criminal just because they're unemployed and unsheltered.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Molly Kresh. Molly. Okay. Well,
okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Molly Kretsch, and I'm a resident of the Hilltop District in Richmond. And I'd first like to sincerely thank Council Members Bates and Jimenez for placing this issue on the agenda for reconsideration. I'm opposed to locating the safe parking project at the Hilltop Mall property. I strongly believe the mall is not the right long-term solution for this project, and I do emphasize long-term. This is a pilot project and is funded and staffed, at least to my knowledge, at that level, and at a level to accommodate about 20 to 30 vehicles. To expect a pilot project of this size to suddenly be able to handle hundreds of vehicles from the entire city of Richmond is setting it up for failure. I suggest you start right-sized and be successful. I want our hard-earned tax dollars to be used effectively, and we do need a long-term solution for the unhoused. I support the proposed GRIP location with the safe parking program directly across the street on city-owned property. I believe the GRIP site is the best place for a long-term solution and for these people who are in dire need. The Hilltop Mall should be used to bring revenue to the city, and we've not heard much about that in these discussions. Richmond needs more businesses that can generate much needed revenue. As it was stated earlier this evening, without revenue, there's little a city can do. So I thank you for your public service, and I respectfully request that you consider these concerns in your discussions this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll call the next group of speakers: Courtney Cummings, Chris Farwell, Ruby Roberts, Cheryl Mayer, Mike Parker, Naomi Williams, John and Selma Valenzuela. Please be prepared to speak. Courtney Cummings. Okay, I'm getting an error message and I'm not able to call on Courtney. Okay, so our next speaker is Chris Falwell.
Hello, I am also a resident in Hilltop, and I think several speakers prior to me have really echoed some of my thoughts around this after hearing a lot of some of the issues, especially surrounding the Hilltop site. And in particular, I think that it's a little disingenuous, some of the publication around the size of the site, what the site can accommodate versus what the budget allows it to accommodate. So many of the numbers that I've seen
Come in. Oh.
Many of the numbers that I've seen in some of
Ursula, your mic is not muted. Sorry to the public speaker.
Sorry.
No problem. Many of the numbers that I've seen reflect that the site is a good option, Hilltop, because of how large it is. But as many of the speakers here have pointed out, that is all a function of budget and what can reasonably be expected for oversight of a safe park like this. I would support putting this somewhere, like many have pointed out, that has some ability to help the people who are going to be living there be able to send mail, take care of themselves in various ways, get a meal. I know the GRIP site offers a lot of this. I've also heard in this meeting that the GRIP site has a lot of issues. So, I think that's something that I don't have all the information about, but I think that at least trying to set this site up for success by accommodating people's needs beyond just porta potties and pavement is what's necessary. So I hope that message rings true, and that this is about trying to help these people get into the best position that they can be in. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I will try calling Courtney again. Courtney.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for your time, Mayor and City Council. My name is Courtney Cummings, Richmond resident. I am currently office manager at Richmond Police Activities League, and I'm speaking in opposition of the 22nd and Bissell site to be housed for these current RVs. Working there, this place, this parking lot is supposed to be an item for our Richmond youth. We build a community service between our local Richmond police officers and our community youth.
Courtney, we can't hear you anymore. Courtney?
We need to revisit this. We need to look at infrastructure. As office manager, I see in the mornings when I arrive to work, I see the homeless debris, the cars that are out of order. I see individuals who do sleep on the benches or on the sidewalk that are naked. And then I have to host, also walk our children past items like that. I see human.
Courtney? Yeah, it sounds like we lost Courtney. Okay, our next speaker is Ruby Roberts. Ruby?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ruby Roberts. I'm a longtime resident of Richmond and also about a 40-some plus years resident of Hilltop. First of all, I'd like to say, I really want you to reconsider this because Hilltop Mall is not the appropriate place for the homeless. But I also want to say that my heart goes out to them. I just don't feel that the Hilltop Mall is the appropriate place. The other thing is that I don't understand is you're mentioning that you're going to uproot them and move them to Hilltop and give them all these services, but why can't you give them the services where they are? To me, it makes no sense to do that. So if you're going to give them, provide them with social workers and give them a place to stay, you can do that right there where they're located at instead of moving them to Hilltop. So that just doesn't make sense to me. And the other thing was, first of all, I kind of feel like my rights and the rights of the residents of Hilltops were violated because you did not let us know. We did not have a choice in this. I am still, as of today, I was still bumping into people that knew nothing about what was decided upon. And I think that's very fair. I feel that our government, local government, should be transparent also to let us know what's going on besides making decisions for us. So please reconsider, and I'm not sure where you would exactly place them, but I'm sure there's other spots. I'm hearing other people name different locations, but I would really like you to reconsider and not move them to Hilltop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cheryl Mayer.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Mayer, and I'm a 35-year resident of the city of Richmond. And for almost 20 years, operated a nonprofit program in Richmond called Opportunity West. And we had the homeless education contract with the West Contra Costa Unified School District. So I have a considerable amount of experience with homelessness, homeless adults, and homeless kids. I think people need to recognize that people who are living in an RV are houseless. They're not homeless. They have an asset that they want to protect, and they want to move their lives into a more stable and mainstream lifestyle so that they can get themselves back together. I urge the council to make a decision tonight so that the county money is able to be used to begin to tackle this program. As everyone recognizes, the site on Ryden Road, the sites on Castro, the other sites that are around that are housing RVs where people are living are not the only homeless that we have in Richmond. We have many unsheltered people in tents and under tarps who also will eventually need to find a safe and secure community village kind of setup so that they too can be stabilized and channeled and guided into housing services. Housing services are not just provided by GRIP. GRIP is a very fine provider of homeless services, but there are many in the consortium that work with the city's task force on homelessness who are willing to put their energies and their time and their effort to the solutions to these problems. So I'm asking the council to make a decision tonight so that we can utilize the county money, and then we're going to have to get busy and find other sites throughout Richmond to house homeless people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike. Okay, we'll come back to Mike. Naomi Williams.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Naomi.
Oh, okay. Listen, I've been here for 52 years. I've been a resident of Richmond for 52 years, and I live on the south side. Whenever there's something to say you don't need, you say, let's put it on the south side of town. We never get any good things over here. It's always bad things. I agree to suspend the rules on both issues. You can take Hilltop off because that wasn't the first place to put the safe parking we voted on. I mean, you voted on, and that was Civic Center was the first. Then Hilltop came in second. No, Hilltop came in first, and you said that if it didn't go, then you would go with Civic Center. The Fire Training Center was not the second choice. The Civic Center was. So I agree to remove Hilltop parking lot, but I do not agree to support the Fire Center. I'm along with 5 other people said second would be the Civic Center. I don't know why people were trying to add in and put the fire station as center, but it wasn't voted on it that way. So suspend the rules, take Hilltop off, put Civic Center first, and put, I think it was over there on Barrett, that place over there was second. And then if you had to, the fireplace, the training center would be first. Women, the training center would be last. And that's why we want that to be thought of. Don't change the rules for what we have already voted on. Just eliminate the ones that we didn't know about. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Parker? Mike? Okay, our next speaker is John, and can you please state your full name for the record? John? Hello?
I think I'm unmuted now.
Okay, Mike, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let's be realistic about what our situation is. We have a little bit of money, not enough to do anything right, and we can only make a small dent in the problem. The best we can hopefully come out of this with this little bit of money that we have is to set up a pilot program that works and that can show us what to do and that can lead to building something greater. The GRIP proposal came along and adds something to the community that we're trying to build. Namely, it adds services that would be immediately available to that community. It's a sort of a synergy situation. So we should try to make that work. I don't believe that a lot of the objections to GRIP really stand up. I think paving, for instance, gravel paving is not does not take forever to do. I think that the behind the scenes comments about GRIP having problems or complaints about how they've managed some of their the things that they're managing are besides the point. This whole pandemic has been a big new experiment for everybody to try lots of different things. Nothing has worked well. EDD hasn't worked well. The state's distribution of vaccine hasn't worked well. The and testing centers, all the bugs are still being worked out. We should take the same attitude towards these kinds of projects too. There'll be bugs in them that they have to be worked out, and that it should be accepted that attempts to implement programs in this last year are not going to be perfect and need improvement. But this is the opportunity to actually do something which will improve the situation over a period of time. And at the end of the 1 year period will allow us a number of choices which we don't have. Everywhere else, at the end of 1 year, people have to be moved out and set up and things have to be changed again, and we go through the same process. So I urge consideration of the GRIP proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John, and can you please state your full name for the record? John? Okay, moving on to our next speaker is Selma Valenzuela. Selma? Selma? Okay, that was our last speaker.
Okay, we have Kathleen Sullivan and also Cesar Zepeda. Can you please call them to speak?
Yes, let me. Okay.
Panelist.
Yes, I'm on the site here. Okay, thank you. Cesar Zepeda.
Thank you and good evening, council members and Mayor Tom Butt. I want to start off with thanking the staff for helping this process through. I know that it's been a work in progress for a while. It's been the vision of the council members for a couple of years. And I think that we're almost there. I think that this has allowed us to really look at this project and making sure that we're looking for a solution that is more permanent, but it also has a vision for the future. And the proposal that was up before, I don't think it got us there. I think it got us up just through a year. And then from there, what would happen next? Also, I'm fully in support of GRIP. And again, you'll hear later on, I'll do a presentation, and I am on the board of GRIP. I'm a brand new board member. But going with GRIP would allow Richmond to keep the money within Richmond and by supporting local jobs. Richmond sometimes goes out and does purchasing of vehicles, which I've spoken up before, outside of Richmond. Let's keep the money inside. Let's help uplift our community. Let's work with GRIP since they're already providing those services that we need. GRIP is going to be able to provide structure to the community surrounding this site. And as Mayor Tom Budd mentioned during his presentation, the state of the city, one of his visions was an unhoused village. We can make this work at that site there, right? And one thing that we are doing with GRIP is we've been reaching out to community members and organizations all around, which is why you hear people from all across the city talking about this already. They're aware of it. We have not reached out to everybody, but we are trying our best to get in front of everyone that would listen and share this vision with them so that we can build community together. That is what Richmond has been about, community building community. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kathleen Sullivan.
Good evening. My name's Kathleen Sullivan. I'm the Executive Director of Greater Richmond Interfaith Program, better known as GRIP. And I've got an echo in the back. So what I want to first say is thank you to the Richmond community for having supported GRIP over this last year with probably the greatest undertaking in our history, and that was the taking on the Courtyard Marriott and our homeless, our unhoused community in that setting. I'm really need to be clear that it was and has been a challenging situation. Mental health is alive and well in our community. You know, the seniors and the disabled are the biggest population that we serve. This project right here would in fact be a transition for GRIP from what we are doing up at the hotel and what we've done for more than 50 years right here for the GRIP organization. I've heard many say we're not open. Well, yes, we are open. And not only are we open, we're fortunate enough to have just renovated our entire facility. We got a wonderful grant that set us up for handless bathroom facilities, shower facilities, sanitation devices, everything, so that it is that we can meet the needs of this COVID situation. Just want to say that it is that none of us have been operating in this pandemic year easily, and the county is totally confident and supportive of us to help us with this endeavor if it is that you choose to place this project with GRIP.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, I think we have a motion on the floor to suspend the rules and reconsider this issue. So let's take a vote on that, Madam Clerk.
Okay. We have a motion. Okay, I'm sorry. Who was the motion by?
I think the motion was by Bates and it was seconded by Martinez.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
So the next item we want to take up, I believe, is where this safe park will be located and who the vendor will be that manages it. So I think what I'd like to do is just go round robin and let everybody make a pitch for their favorite place. So I'm going to start with the vice.
Really, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, really
Mayor
quickly.
Johnson.
I was wondering because I know Councilmember Bates had the motion to take Hilltop off the table as well. Should we, would it be possible for us to take that up first before we visited Councilmember Jimenez's items?
I think we've already done that. We're to the point where everybody can make a pitch for what they like and what they don't like. And after everybody's had a chance to speak, we'll look for a motion. And you can put anything in your motion you want. You can put in your motion no Hilltop, whatever. So let's start with you, and you tell us what you'd like to do.
Well, honestly, I would like to take Hilltop off of the table and have the opportunity to hear from GRIP, hear their presentation before I weigh them against the Civic Center as my first option.
Well, we're done with public speakers, so we're back to the council now to make a decision. So
no, but I would like, we have a presentation that in my motion, in my item, I said that, and this is why Kathleen Sullivan and Cesar Cepeda are here, and they have a presentation. They prepared a presentation, so I would like for them to be able to do that.
Well,
first.
I'm going to rule they get 2 minutes like everybody else. If you guys want to overrule me, you can make a motion, get a second, and take a vote.
I will make a motion to. Oh, go ahead, Council Member.
I move to suspend the rules and allow GRIP to do a presentation.
I second it.
Okay, let's vote. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
How much time do they need?
Let's ask Cesar and Kathleen who are going to present.
How much time do they need?
I think we could probably rush and do
How about 5 minutes, okay?
I think the presentation would take about 15 minutes.
About how long?
About 15 minutes. We could probably try to do it faster.
15 minutes?
We could probably try to do it a little faster.
Well, I think 5 minutes is enough. You guys want to overrule me? You can take another vote.
All right.
Point of order, was this part of Councilmember Jimenez's original item as a part of the reconsider? Because if not, then it probably seems just perfectly appropriate for the presentation to carry on as any usual presentation.
Well, I've seen their presentation. I can't imagine why it would take longer than 5 minutes. But anyway.
Well, it's not just for you, it's also for the public. So
I'm going to give them 5 minutes. You guys want to overrule me? Go for it.
All right.
Fine.
I will make a motion to overrule and allow the 15 minutes for the presentation.
Okay, is there a second?
Second with the understanding that the presenters, if they can make it quicker, they will.
Okay, let's take a vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Okay.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
No.
Motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
All right, let's get started.
All right, thank you, council members again. Let me bring this up the presentation here. And I'm hoping everyone's able to see that presentation. So we present to you what we're calling Project Hope. And again, we're looking at community building community, right? That's the big goal here. Project Hope, the goal of Project Hope is to create a place within the city of Richmond where the unhoused and the people in need can come find services and assistance and resources to get them back on their feet. This place within the Hope District would be a safe place that would help secure permanent housing and economic stability for its residents. Project Hope can work in collaboration with the City of Richmond's Safe Parking Program. The Safe Parking Program would create a safe and secure place for cars and vehicles to park and sleep. Establishing a parking program has been the goal of City Council and the Homeless Task Force since 2017. Partnering GRIP with the Safe Parking Project pilot would have many benefits to the unhoused and the community at large. The original funding for the Safe Parking Project pilot can be invested towards establishing the foundation for sustained long-term housing. The proposed property, city-owned at the corner of 22nd and Bissell, is directly across from GRIP and all the services it already provides. 3 meals a day, showers, and many other services and resources. Nearby amenities include Rubicon, the Family Justice Center, Early Childhood Family Center, West County Rehab Center, Kaiser, BART, RPAL, emergency food pantries, grocery stores, restaurants, and much more. Currently, the proposed Safe Parking Project pilot would not allow dogs or kids. GRIP provides youth and children services, which means they can include kids in the program. GRIP can look for ways to incorporate dogs into the program. GRIP has Wi-Fi, which is important. Selecting GRIP, a Richmond nonprofit, to be the service provider, and the GRIP side would provide local jobs. Some of the other observations we've seen, based on the city staff agenda and council meeting for February 2nd, the current program does not allow kids or dogs, GRIP does. Does not have budget for meal services, GRIP provides 3 meals a day already. Does not have a budget for showers, GRIP provides showers. The staff believes the pilot should start with about 30 vehicles. GRIP can accommodate more than 30 vehicles. Services will be brought to the site versus GRIP having the services essentially on site. People have to just cross the street to get there. This is what we call the Hope District. On the left-hand side, you see the building for GRIP. Right next to GRIP, they have a program for veterans. And then we would also ask for additional safe parking on the Carlson Boulevard, and I'll present more of that later. On the right-hand side, you see the safe parking program. This is the location that we're talking about. When we spoke to staff, they said that the lease was up for RPAL, and this would be up for being able to consider. Again, some of the other things that we can consider here, sorry, I don't know what's going on with the Hope District will provide safety corridor on 22nd Street to decrease traffic speed. RPAL has had several vehicles crash into their building. So we want to work with them to be able to slow down traffic here and make it safer for everyone in this community. Increasing the safety and cleanliness of the surrounding streets is also a goal. All right, this keeps moving. The program will provide structure and rules, which currently everyone living on the streets there now do not have. And we'll also have safety background checks for the occupants of the safe parking program. And this is a rendition, not to scale, and this is only a sample of what the site could look like. We spoke to city staff, and they also asked to do a bioswale, right? There's a space for approximately 25 RVs and 24 cars, plus or minus, depending on the size of the vehicles. We have some RVs and some cars that are smaller and some that are bigger. So this is going to work to be able to accommodate about that size. Also, the size of the lot or the location of the lot, how it's structured, would depend on the fire department after we get the go-ahead from them. And this is the additional parking that we are requesting as well. across the street from GRIP, being able to close off Carlson Boulevard, which is not used currently by many other people. And right now, it is already an unofficial, unhoused parking location. We're thinking in this location can be the family and kids, so they can safely be able to cross over to GRIP without having to cross 22nd Street. And this is the Hope District, and you can see all the different services located around them. None of them are near BART, or I'm sorry, none of them are near the Hilltop location. The partners that we will be looking to work with, we've already reached out to some, and others we are in the process of doing so. SOS, the Family Justice Center, Rubicon, the food pantries, Milo Foundation for the Pets, West County Unified School District, Hope Solutions, Natural Herbs, Lacey Community Resources Foundation, and others. The benefits of the Hope District, there's capacity for about 63 total vehicles between the additional safe parking space and the original safe parking space. Residents would have access to 3 meals a day, showers and other services, but very important, an address to be able to put on their job applications. They can use GRIP as their address for the medical and housing communication that they need, and also for voter registration, right? Let's give them an address more than just third space from the left and some random parking lot. And also once the safe parking program pilot ends at 1 year, the site can continue for a long-term solution. And any infrastructure built, paving, water, sewer, electricity, would be an investment towards the subsequent years of the Hope District. And again, the future of the Hope District is to convert the safe parking location into transitional and long-term housing. GRIP will start a capital fundraising campaign to transform the site from a vacant/RV parking lot into a home and hope for the unhoused. Imagine a building or a new housing solution taking the place of an empty lot, an RV parking lot for the unhoused transformed into long-term housing. In this location, people can receive services and resources. Any housing plan could have a small coffee shop and grocery store, providing jobs to the formerly unhoused and providing opportunities and services to the community at large. And again, in closing, what happens to the people after the pilot ends, if we don't go with the Hope project, they're gonna be back on the streets where they were formerly parked in. And we'll start from square one, looking for another location in a year. And again, other locations, we'll have to build infrastructure for some of them. We're gonna be wasting that money because we can't use it after year one. And also after the pandemic is determined to be over, residents at the Marriott will have limited time to find housing solutions. It's assumed around the end of this year. So this is going to create an even bigger need for transitional housing. Where will these people go? We want to be able to accommodate them if need be. And this is our proposed budget. I want to see if Contessa Tate is on. She's the director of care of the care center. She can go through this really quickly.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that setup. So I'll be sure to give you change back on your time. I just wanted to reiterate that GRIP is definitely a place where we're already having services and that you will not have to worry about bringing off-site services to a parking space in another location that is very difficult to reach. But if you look at our budget, we have definitely leveraged the fact that GRIP is already in existence. So if you look at our care center director, we have the proposed budget is 60,000, but the amount requested is 10. For the site management, we have 42,000, and those are the only personnel costs that we will be asking for in this proposed budget because we already have GRIP in existence. If you go down to the operating costs, we will be providing a small section of office space, which will be placed in the campsite itself or in the parking site itself. And we will have a proposed budget of $5,000 to have like a tough shed or some sort of small shifted office space that will be directly placed on the parking site for 24-hour management. Then we will have a printing office and supplies, which will be $2,000. We want to empower the residents who are parking with us. And so we want to actually recruit an on-site resident manager who will be empowered not only to live there, but take ownership and pride in the community that they'll be living in. And that will instill pride. It will instill helping to motivate the people who sleep in the park site to be able to take pride in that area, clean up, and find leadership. And so we want to give them a $500 stipend per month to be able to take some ownership and govern themselves in conjunction with the care center staff. Then we have peer counselors, and this is where we're bringing in opportunities to partner in the community, where we will have dedicated staff that target the youth that will be living in the RV parks. We noticed that the second leading cause of death amongst youth is suicide and mental health issues. And they're at an even higher rate of mental health issues and suicidality if they're homeless. And so with our peer counselors, the peer counselors will be academic support, mental health support, and they will also be almost like a big brother, big sister, peer mentor. And so we really want to make sure that we're very hands-on with our youth and children who are housed in the RV park sites. We will also have portable toilets along with giving access into the GRIP Center. So we'll make sure that there is no fecal matter or urine on the streets, which I've heard is a public safety issue. So we will work our hardest to make sure they have access to using the toilets and using wash stations as appropriate. For the health and safety, we will make sure we have extinguishers and that we will have important materials to make sure that the health and safety of not only those around the community, but also inside the RV park site. We have participant background checks, and we will make sure that anyone who moves into the RV park will be cleared. And I know that is also helping to address the public safety issue. And so we will clearly know who is in our parking sites. We also have a quote for $250,000 for a 24-hour security. So again, that is making sure we are addressing public safety issues. The street cleanings, we have 2 budget line items for street cleanings and the site cleaning. That is not only the Hope District as a whole, but also the site cleaning itself. And we want to be able to bring on community partners to be able to support with that as well. Then we have veterinary clinic. I'm sorry, I skipped one. We have the pet protection supplies. We know that our consumers have pets. And so we want to make sure that we have space for them. And we have priced out roughly between $100 to $150 for pet kennels. And so we want to make sure that we accommodate the holistic needs of those who will be utilizing our park site. And so we have a line item for that budget. We also have veterinary clinic. We have a relationship with an El Cerrito veterinary clinic, which we have already hosted wellness check clinics at the GRIP site already. And so we will just be expanding this opportunity for not only our park site guests to be taken care of, but their babies, because some people do not consider their pets pets. They are babies and they are emotional support pets. And so if we're going to take care of their needs, we have to take care of the animals' needs as well. And so we will be having wellness checks for the animals 5 times a year, which is amazing. Okay. We have trash containment. We are already in partnership with the city of Richmond to be able to decrease the amount of trash that we use. So given that we've already worked very hard to decrease the amount of trash we produce, bringing on this amount of trash that will be produced by the RV park site, well, we're already at an advantage, because years ago we produced a load of trash, but because we have these new healthy trash and recycling and composting habits, we could just clearly add on this new amount of trash that is coming in, but still practicing our healthy habits to still reduce the amount of trash that will otherwise be out of control. And then we are indeed going to be taking the bulk of meals. But what is so exciting about this opportunity is the opportunity to increase the health and overall wellness of those who are at risk and disenfranchised, and those who have a higher risk of having issues with their health because of poor access to adequate, clean, and healthy foods. So GRIP is proposing to provide 2 meals a day that is coming directly from GRIP. And we're going to be considering a partner where we're going to be providing a healthy alternative meal, whether that be
15 minutes.
Okay.
That was 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez. We're almost done with the budget, and then we have a few slides about the capacity for GRIP. We have a couple more minutes to try to finish that up.
Yeah.
You might as well, the councils, they'd give you all night if you wanted it, so go ahead.
Thank you. I promise I'll hurry up. So with the meals, I definitely want to highlight the fact that we're going to be looking into vegan or alkaline vegan meals to be able to provide those individuals who are houseless and have not had adequate meals to have access to. And so that is huge because we're boosting immunity systems and we're really trying to promote healthy options. Even despite being houseless, you can still yet be healthy with the choices that you make. And so I'm really excited to promote that in our meal Providence. And then with paving, we have an allotment of $46,000, which we're not even asking for in a requested bunch because we believe that our community partners will be supporting us and will be also looking for other grant fundings to provide the paving. And then with other costs and miscellaneous costs, we have to consider the infrastructure and making sure that we could really just build up this program. And so we are requesting $559,999, which is under the 560 that was given. And so I do appreciate your time. And I do want you to consider that our budget is very well thought out and it is holistically identified. And I know that you enjoy GRIP being able to try to pilot such a program. Thank you for your time.
Perfect. And then I want to introduce Kathleen Sullivan, Director of GRIP, and she's going to lead us through the last slides here.
Yes, I just want to, I just want to thank everybody for the ongoing years of support, and just remind you that GRIP is an organization that's been, that there's most people on this call have been major supporters for so many years, and that we've been in business for over 50 years. Our mission statement says responding to the call to service. GRIP transforms the lives of homeless, hungry, and disenfranchised. That remains our mission statement. It's important to know that we continue to do foundationally the same things that we've been doing for many years under the leadership of our 15-member board of directors, who we presented this proposal to as well, and is completely supportive in going into the new year with us looking at new opportunities for our homeless residents. Again, our program has not changed much. As you know, that we provide the care center services, and you've met Ms. Contessa, who is our care center director, who is offering, where it is that we're offering still our emergency shelter. We have in our care center our case management staff, our housing navigation staff, as well as, you know, that like I said, our new resource center with our new bathroom facilities. And we're excited. We just got painted, brand new paint job internally, and you'll be seeing within the next 30 to 60 days a mural painted on the side of our building. Last, I want to say, thank you to Tom Butt, because he, again, the city of Richmond and him specifically helped to support our warming center, which was open until the pandemic happened. And again, we were required to close down like everybody else for some extended months. And that warming center was one of the casualties, but we took every single one of our warming center residents with us up to the hotel so that there would be seamless services and we would be able to continue to support them. So I was just asked recently whether or not the warming center may resume. The pandemic will dictate all of that. But right now we don't have the warming center. But again, this is just an example of one of the programs that was a new program for us just a year ago. So, everybody wants to know what's the bottom line, what are the numbers? This is may seem unbelievable to some of you, but I believe that it is, and you can go to our website to see our full presentation of our annual report from 2020, but in the midst of the pandemic, in the midst of the struggles that GRIP even had making this transition, to taking on 200 minimum a day at Hilltop, and then those still here in our shelter. We served 148,500 meals at the hotel. We served 53,000 plus meals here at the shelter. In our outreach efforts to the encampments, because we went out to the encampments faithfully twice a week, the 28,800 are the meals that were taken out there. And then, of course, our lunch program, which we're famous for, the soup kitchen, 155,000 plus meals. And then you can see that volunteer number of 3,581, but understand that that is a small amount for this GRIP organization because of those that we lost because of COVID. Those that could not even come into the GRIP shelter anymore, could not come and volunteer and help. And even with that, that's the number of volunteers that serve the GRIP organization in 2020. And, you know, last but not least, we, you know, in the midst of all of the what's going on, just showing that we were recognized by the Making the Difference Award and also a certificate of recognition that came from the Contra Costa County Council on Homelessness last year. So thank you for the time. I know we've extended the time. Please consider that it is that the services need to continue, and we want to work in partnership to even strengthen the GRIP organization even more.
Okay, any more presentations? If not, I'm going to go back and start with Vice Mayor Johnson and just go around the city council members and ask you to tell us what your recommendation is for a venue and an operator for this Safe Park project. So go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Well, at the risk of well, not at the risk. I'll try to make this as brief as possible because I saw a lot of the questions answered in the budget, and I saw that there was $46,000 allotted for paving. And I was just wondering, Ms. Sullivan, do we have a timeline? You have a timeline on how long the paving would take? You know how long that would take to get that set up and get the site ready to go. Seeing as though this is mostly a time sensitive manner, this particular pilot program, and that's where I'm coming from with that question.
So, you know, we've obviously looked around for some other quotes and costs, and that's where the $46,000 came from. What we do know is that the paving could be done in time, within the timeline to launch the project.
Okay. So, yeah, I really would love to see something like this happen. I love the long-term goal of having housing, and I love the coordinating around it. But if we're ranking them, I will have to say the Civic Center still weighs first for me because of its ability to its turnkey ability, as well as the provider's turnkey ability to just come in and get this going as soon as possible. However, without running the risk of trying to influence and make further influences, I would love to see a partnership between the two, especially seeing as though GRIP does have a lot of the it does have some of the pieces that the other organization doesn't have. So in a perfect world, I guess I'm saying in a perfect world, I would love to see both come together to do something at the Civic Center. So I'll say that and pass the mic.
Do you have a preference on who the operator is?
Yeah, as I was saying, I did have the opportunity to visit the Housing Consortium site at the Coliseum and see the work that they were doing, and have the opportunity to tour their site and talk to them about their ability to come into Richmond and how fast they'll be able to get that done. And so, yeah, I would say, as I said before, in a perfect world, I would love to see a partnership take place. But, having had the opportunity to visit the Housing Consortium's site, I would say, for them, in my opinion, they, for this particular pilot project, with an ear towards a long-term project controlled by GRIP, this particular pilot project would have to be controlled, in my opinion, by the Housing Consortium.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez, what's your preference? Unmute yourself, please.
My apologies. Yeah, as I was saying, Jesse Turan, the resident from Ryland Road, made a great point concerning the wide array of needs of the community of the houseless. And to think that any one place can meet all the needs without adequate funding is a pipe dream. Jesse's insight points to the need for several sites as a way to separate the needs of the houseless. At this point, our conversation's been dealing with this community with one broad stroke. Location will not address this wide array of needs, and to think that this pilot project is going to solve that problem is fanciful. So maybe a better approach would be to interview the people that we propose to move and direct them to a community where special services could be directed to their particular need. GRIP already has facilities for women, children, and dogs. So maybe we can redirect GRIP services to this group of people. We could move people with issues of mental illness and drug abuse to another location away from the women and children. I think that there are rather the number of houseless people is so vast that we could practically do, pretend that it's a new housing project, and we interview people and pick the ones who are the best fit for the site, and then we haven't really addressed the process of choosing the people who will be able to stay in that space. So my vote would be for GRIP at 23rd, 22nd.
Okay, let's see, Councilmember Willis.
I'm sorry, and by the way, there's no way for me to consider the other people, because I had asked you for a budget analysis, just like the one that GRIP gave, and you never got it to me. So I have no way to compare them.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Mayor Tom Buck.
Oh, you never asked me for a budget analysis. You asked me for a site.
May I interject right here?
No,
point of order.
That's okay. We're going to
Point of order real quick. We have 10 minutes. Can I interject right here and just get to the rest of our colleagues? We can go back and forth with the mayor all day about.
No, we're not going to do that. It's your turn. Go ahead.
Yeah, look, at this point, I just want eventually somebody from staff to answer my question. Is this going to jeopardize the county funding? If it can realistically go at GRIP, I'm okay with it. But from my understandings from talking to staff in the background, it's just not in the position to get it started, but something that can still be a permanent solution while we launch a pilot, and that GRIP have some sort of partnership around that. And personally, I do agree with that, because once again, not trying to jeopardize this funding. So if the sites ends up being GRIP ultimately, great. Me personally, just because of some of the unknown variables, and this is something that just kind of is very brand new and does not enough analysis done on it, or enough conversation to talk about it compared to the other sites. Yeah, my first preference personally is Civic Center, just because it seems more stable and sustainable just to kick off for the first year and eventually transitioning that to GRIP. However, if there's a different opinion in the majority, I'll go with whichever the two sites and whoever the best operator is. My main goal is just to get a site selected so we can get this going.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the public speakers and for the presentation that we saw tonight. First of all, I believe a lot of misinformation has gone out about the different sites. The safe vehicle park is but one strategy to help our unhoused community. We need many more strategies. I hear the Hilltop community being very adamant and not wanting the safe park to take place in the Hilltop parking lot. I believe many of us had thought that was a good location because the parking lot is so massive and it wouldn't impact the surrounding neighborhood. Now, had the correct information gotten out there in time, perhaps some of the opposition wouldn't be there. I don't know that for sure, though. However, a question for me is this. Do we want to set up a safe vehicle park with the current level of opposition from the neighbors? I do not think the RV community would feel welcome under the circumstances. And with tensions existing between the Hilltop neighborhood and an RV community, I fear that this project would not be a success. So I'm not going to support the Hilltop location. And I do not believe the votes are there in any case. It also needs to be said that not all of the RV community in either Ryden Road or Castro Street will qualify to be at the safe park or want to be at the safe park. So we need other options. I spoke with Supervisor Joya, who has said that the motel on Cutting and Canal can be repurposed to serve the unhoused. Right now, it is used only for those who tested positive for COVID-19. But that motel is very large and some vehicle dwellers may want to go there. The Homeless Task Force has been discussing various strategies for some time now, including this initial safe vehicle park. But we also want staff to outreach to various churches and private property sites throughout the city. Churches could potentially take 1 or 2 vehicles. Some may be willing to take 3. Finally, some of us are meeting to discuss additional strategies like various transitional villages that could include tiny homes and other structures. Ultimately, we need to do a massive educational campaign throughout our community about the crisis we face with so many unhoused in our community. And we should let our community know we seek their support in helping us build an inclusive community that includes the unhoused. I am very willing to work on such an educational campaign, and I believe our community will respond favorably once various strategies are discussed in full. However, in terms of this initial safe park that needs to move forward ASAP, or 2 things will happen. 1, we will lose the county money, and 2, the Ryden Road situation will intensify. Ryden Road is in my district, District 5, and the community there have many needs that are not being met and problems that for everyone that are happening. Problems within this unmanaged site and problems for the surrounding community, including the business community. So what are our options? I do not support the GRIP location because it will not be ready in time for actually helping the needs that it currently exist at Ryden. It's not only the paving, it needs water, it needs electricity, it needs stormwater treatment. It just will not, and might even need grading. It's on a somewhat of a slope. And so we'll also, of course, miss the deadline for expending the federal grant money that the county is providing for this project. I do support examining the GRIP site for a permanent affordable housing project. We do know that the Hilltop Mall new owner is willing to provide funding for wherever the park is located. So we should definitely take advantage of that. The best location under the current circumstances, in my view, is Civic Center 2 on Barrett Avenue. The farmers market currently exists there once a week, but once a week we could block off a part of Barrett Avenue for the farmers market. Many farmers markets in other cities do just that, block off a portion of the street once a week for their market. We should utilize the Housing Consortium of the East Bay for services since they are experienced in terms of launching and operating a safe vehicle park. Subcontractors or partners should be utilized, such as GRIP and SOS, with the kind of work that they are already experienced in. So I would like to suggest we prepare Civic Center 2. We utilize East Bay Housing Consortium with overall coordination of the program with contracts such as GRIP and SOS, and perhaps others. And we should also direct staff to do outreach to churches and other private sites to help take in 1 or 2 vehicles at their sites. There would be restrictions, of course, on those who would be allowed to park in these church sites, et cetera, and in all the sites. And this could be this, you know, sort of marginal scattered sites with churches, could be just a pilot project for 90 days. So I'll end there. But I would say that Civic Center, I mean, there are 2 Civic Center sites, the one by the library and the one on Barrett. And either one of them would be okay with me, but it seems like the one on Barrett is larger and would offer more. We could set up more services, and we have to move forward. If we use all the money for infrastructure, we'll have less money for services. The community on Ryden Road really needs to be moved now.
I'm sorry, Gail.
Yes.
Gail, I don't mean to interrupt, but we've reached the time limit.
Right, we need a motion.
Okay, I'm done anyway.
Hey, we need a motion to continue.
Right.
I move to continue for half an hour.
I second.
Okay, is there any opposition? All right, we'll move on. Okay, so Councilmember Bates. Preferred site, preferred operator.
I have continuously been opposed to any site in a neighborhood unless that neighborhood support that's project. I'm not unwavering. Unfortunately, most communities are not as strong as Hilltop. Hilltop, as you recognize, came out with about 17, almost 2,000. But there's another little village called Richmond Village, or Richmond Village. They're not as strong, they're not as organized, but a lot of them have expressed they do not want that site in their neighborhood. Mrs. Williams pointed out that the fire station, they do not want it in their neighborhood. So I presented several sites which I thought was appropriate. And it's on Fred Jackson Way. There's a couple on the Parkway. And they're not being threatened by any neighborhood. I do not understand why we can't look at the potential investment and place this location where they are welcome. I really appreciate the lady from Ryden who made a comment that they do not want to go where they are not welcome. And you're forcing this project into a neighborhood that is not welcome. We spent a lot of money with PAL. They've been utilizing that program consistently. All of a sudden, the youth don't mean anything to this community. Throw them to the wolves. Well, that's not fair. The second question I want to ask staff, there's a very damaging letter from the county with reference to GRIP. If this council chooses to go down that road, what kind of assurance that the county is going to make the contribution? I mean, Judge Judy, I hope some of you watch her, she says that when you come to court, you got to come with clean hands. And as a result, GRIP is not going to the county with clean hands. And I hope some of you read the accusations by the county, because it's very serious. Now, the county want to say ignore it and go ahead and put in the funds, but if they don't put in the funds, where are the funds going to come from? The city only have a few $1,000s, and much of it is coming from the county. I think about 200. So I want the city staff to tell me their analysis of that letter and whether the county refused to participate in this program, where the money is going to come from. Madam City Manager.
Anybody want to answer that?
Sure, I could take a pass, Mayor, but so the county will be directing the HEAP dollars to the city of Richmond. So it's up to the city to select its operator, and therefore we will be held to the compliance standards. So we do have concerns that if GRIP is selected, given that they currently aren't performing, we do believe it's important to select an operator that has a proven track record with these types of programs, particularly since it is a pilot program. And, because of that, I think we want to make sure that it's well operated and that there's a proven track record. We've also talked to the Housing Consortium of East Bay, and they certainly want to work with local nonprofits such as GRIP and SOS, which has always been our intent. But I think ultimately the county is leaving it up to the city council to choose its operator, and the city will be responsible for compliance with the HEAP requirements of those grants.
So, Councilmember Bates, you have a preferred operator?
I have no preferred operator. I have a preferred site.
Okay.
As I indicated, I think this site should be in non-threatening neighborhoods, and there are four sites, I think, out in the North Richmond area. There's 2 on the Parkway. There's, I said, Fred Jackson. And I think there are developers out there who own these properties. You can negotiate and you can work with them. They've been sitting there for years and years and years. I cannot understand why a developer would not say, hey, give me some tax credit or give me a lease or whatever. At least they will be able to get something in return for their ownership of the property. But all of those individuals, I guess the staff just ignore. You don't try to do some things. And I guarantee you that site on Fred Jackson Road could accommodate almost 200 or more campers and RVs. And you don't have to put all that pavement in. You can put 3-4 inch of gravel. I don't understand the lack of creativeness that you can go in and try to do some of these things with less cost and more benefit to the total community. So I have no operator. I have no site other than those 3 or 4 sites I've indicated. So I would be voting no on everything.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez, you're up.
I think there is a mention of a letter that was sent yesterday by the county. And I want, since we have Kathleen and Cesar here, I want Kathleen to respond to that, because I think yes, there are some important points in this, and we have to recognize that this has been allegations, and it hasn't been, it's COVID-19, it has been difficult, and it has to be investigated. But just kind of for me, that is coming today, yesterday, that letter, before this vote is a little difficult for me to understand why. But I think GRIP and Kathleen Sullivan should be clear this and talk about what they are doing to address these concerns.
Could you give us your preferences first? So we'll have.
I would like first to get Kathleen Sullivan the time so she can.
She's already had 15 or 20.
But they talk about this the letter, and they put this is really critical, because with this going around is putting in jeopardy the GRIP as an organization that had been providing services for the homeless community for over 50 years. So I want to give Kathleen Sullivan the voice here.
We've given everybody in the public 2 minutes to speak. We've given GRIP about 20 minutes, and now you want to give them more time. So I'm going to rule that we need to move on. If you guys want to make a motion and overrule me, that's fine.
I made the motion to overrule you, because I think what the accusation here and all the things that has been putting out there in the public, I think is all we all agree to express and to talk about this.
Got it. Is there a second?
I second the motion. I think that when there are accusations made against a person, they should have the right to rebut.
Okay. Let's call the roll, Madam Clerk.
What are we voting on?
Voting on whether or not to let Kathleen Sullivan have another opportunity to speak.
Another bite at the apple? Okay. I vote yes.
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 I will say yes, but I will ask Kathleen to please keep it short. We have to make a decision tonight. My concern is for the fact that we won't have a decision to move these folks from Ryden Road.
Are you calling roll, Madam Clerk? Or are you just taking names?
Okay, here we go. And Vice Mayor Bates voted yes. Councilmember Cuminez voted yes. Vice Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes, and with the request to
Councilmember-
keep it short.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna make this real short and simple. We just got the communication here at GRIP yesterday, so I'm not going to begin to go through the response to the details of what that letter has in it. It's definitely interesting that we received it on the eve of this meeting. But what I am going to say is I'm going to acknowledge the fact that last year was a pandemic year, and we in fact did have our own struggles, but what for sure that we're in the process of doing, and within the next 10 days, because there are many things that on there that have their inaccuracies, that we're in the process of responding to everything that's in the letter, and we'll be making that information as public as the letter was made public within the next 10 days. And so we're in the midst of responding to all of that. And I just ask that it is that you withhold judgment until it is that we have the opportunity to respond.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's my turn, I think. So I have a few comments. The first one is regarding the Hilltop residents who are so offended that they were not consulted. I want to remind people that the Hilltop site was actually one of the 35 sites that that staff evaluated, and that evaluation was in our packet. So it's not like that came out of nowhere. Some of the sites that have been, well, at least one of the sites that's been suggested tonight, the Civic Center Barrett site, was also on that list, I think. But it's being suggested tonight for the first time. I guess that's okay. It's not okay to not give Hilltop a heads up, but it's okay to suggest the Barrett site for the first time. The GRIP site, I think, has a lot of logistical issues. First of all, it's not very big. It would only accommodate, 15 RVs, maybe 20. The site plan that GRIP has come up with is not a workable site plan. If you look at it closely, there's no way for those vehicles to get in or out. They're just crammed in there like sardines in a can. And so for me, it's like, what's the point? you know, one of the primary drivers of this was to try to find a way to get the campers off of Ryden Road and maybe the Richmond Parkway. By staff's count, there are over 80 vehicles in those two camps. So this site at Grip might take half the vehicles at Ryden Road. They'll leave the other half there, and it'll leave all the vehicles at on the Parkway on Castro, or vice versa. So it's a partial solution. It's not a site that would really make a dent in the problem we have. And so you're still gonna have to live with it. You're still gonna have the same complaints from the same people, including the people who are living there. So the other thing is that that by my count, about half the budget would have to be done for paving. Now Grip says they got a quote for $46,000. You know, I've been in the construction industry for nearly 50 years. I can tell you that you can't pave a site for $1.25 a square foot. It's just not going to happen. So I think their numbers are suspect at best. I want to go to that letter from the county, and I want to say, first of all, I've been a big supporter of Grip for a long time, and I think they do great work. But I think at this point they've reached out further than they have capacity to. I don't know if you guys have read this letter or not. It's like a 4-page letter, and it goes into exquisite detail about all the problems the county's having with Grip. But I'm gonna read a few sentences. Grip is also out of compliance with the Continuum of Care standards of care, policies, and participation requirements. The issues identified above are exemplary of the failure of Grip as a coordinated entry homeless service provider and the continuum of care participating agency to meet these standards. Aside from the above identified issues, Grip has only attended 1 of 4 mandatory trainings in the last 6 months, and Grip struggles to attend other continuum of care meetings and events, failing to respond to multiple reminder requests and register or attend. These absences appear to have negatively impacted Grip's ability to understand and provide necessary services under the contract, potentially makes Grip ineligible for ongoing and future funding opportunities and contract renewals or extensions, and reduces Grip's ability to meet standards of care and performance requirements set forth by funders, the Council on Homelessness, state and federal regulators, and the county. And I'll just read one other sentence. Additionally, Grip has violated the terms of the parties' agreement by failing to timely submit payment demands and supporting documentation. H3 has had to write Grip on multiple occasions since August 2020 for this reason. Grip has only partially complied with H3's request by sporadically providing H3 with late payments and demands for documentation. And it goes on, and it's just as bad. So, you know, I think Grip has done a great job with the work it's done, particularly at its current site. But I don't think that, you know, they're ready to expand. They certainly weren't ready to expand and take over the hotel at Hilltop. And now they want to expand further and run this operation. I'll just say this about the Civic Center site. And maybe I'll ask staff. The Civic Center site is about, I think it's the whole site across from the library is about 35,000 square feet, which is a little less than an acre. The presentation you gave, the slide was not in the packet, but my recollection is you're only planning to use half of that. Is that right? Or did I miss something? Were you going to use the whole parking lot or just half of it?
That's correct, Mayor. When we were here, we had proposed a partial use. But I think since then we've reconsidered the 25th Street lot as a possibility.
Well, let's talk about the one across from the library. If you used it, you'd only use half of it, right?
Yes, there's some restrictions on being able to use it further because there's a lease with the electric charging. You're muted, Mayor.
Sorry. So that site would only take maybe 15 vehicles if you used half of it. And so that's a big problem. It's got the same problem as the grip site. It's hardly going to make a dent in the Ryden Road and Castro Street. Now the other site that nobody's talked about until tonight, until Councilmember McLaughlin brought it up, it is a big site. You can put a lot of RVs in there, and that's a plus. The downside is that, you know, all the arguments people have given for not using Hilltop apply. They apply more to this site than they do to Hilltop. You know, first of all, right across the street from this site, you've got Nevin Plaza, which is like what 150 seniors living there in public housing. So you got that. Across Barrett, you've got a residential area. You've got the farmers market that presumably could go somewhere else, but you know, that's not going to be easy. So again, it's like, what I don't understand is the proposed site at Hilltop is like, it's like 1,000 feet from anybody minimum. At the 25th Street site, you've got a senior housing project right across the street on one side, a residential neighborhood right across the street on the other, the civic center right next to it, and a lot of employees park there. Also, it's the parking for the Richmond Auditorium. So I know we're out of business right now by COVID, but let's say, you know, what happens, you know, come maybe July, August, that people start using the auditorium again. Where are they going to park? They're going to park in somebody's driveway. That's where they're going to park. So I really, you know, I know where this is going. I understand the Hilltop site is, it's probably not going to get a single vote except mine. But I think all these other sites have real downsides. And I think there's a lot of hypocrisy going on here, you know, about why the Hilltop site won't work and not applying that same standard to other sites. So with that in mind, I think we ought to entertain a motion and see if we can get something done. Councilmember Jimenez, you have a motion.
Excuse me, I want to just mention something. I received a copy of the letter that you publicly are sending, and about half of this is dedicated to GRIP not always completing its electronic record keeping in timely manner. I recognize that bureaucratic work like that is important to keeping funding coming. So I encourage the county to provide great support to GRIP to help them get that work done. But I am not overly concerned about that because it sounds like it's already happening. The rest of the letter is more concerning. It makes allegation that one or more GRIP staff person behave badly with one or more clients. Those allegations that must be investigated by GRIP, and if they find what is alleged is true, they must take a strong action to fix the problems. However, GRIP must be given a fair chance to respond and fix the problems, not putting a here on this public scrutiny. And they are all due process. The fact that this letter was sent today and CC do such a long list of people is incredibly suspicious. The timing of the letter seemed intended to discredit GRIP, to harass and intimidate them, to retaliate against them for expressing an interest in this project being located near the facility rather than at the mayor's preferred location of Hilltop.
Okay, do you have a motion?
So I am just saying that it's also like, it's also that you are proposing Hilltop, but what are the strings attached to that? Do you think like the new buyer is going to give that for free? So
Mom?
we need to be clear and transparent. So I think it's just like we all got to or the public. So we need to be clear and transparent. And I know that we don't have the votes right now for GRIP. It's clear that this has been a political battle and a political battle for you, Mayor, particularly to trying to discredit GRIP and the home and the services that they are putting there. So we need to have a side right now, and I will be willing to go with the majority who want to choose a side today.
Okay, would somebody else
I'll
like to
make a motion for us to go back to the original plan and choose the Civic Center. There's a lot of thoughts around GRIP. I do hope that they can be a collaborative partner.
Which Civic Center site?
That's what I was going to ask because
Staff's recommended Civic Center
Wait a
site. If
minute.
it's not
Try
the
to get-
library, is it the 15th Street one? I know not the 18th and Barrett, but staff, what site were you looking at when you were considering the Civic
Staff have
Center?
a little bit more time. We didn't do a presentation or anything, because staff had a little bit more time to clarify the specific site, so it's very clear, as well as provide any last bits of information that may be important to your decision making.
Well, I'm asking Councilmember Willis which site he's talking about.
Whatever staff recommends at Civic Center. Yeah.
At 25th Street and Barrett.
Can we get some
Park.
information?
25th Street, the 25th Street site. That is my motion that we select.
So your motion is to do the 25th Street site.
I'll second that, but Councilmember Willis, I'd like to add a little bit more so we're clear, because I know there was, at the last time, they said it wasn't too clear. So it's utilizing Civic Center 2 on Barrett for the safe vehicle park. If there's a problem with that, perhaps we could keep Civic Center 1 also on the table, but Civic Center 2 is as the first choice. Also accept and appropriate the $260,000 HEAP grant from the county for the program. Also appropriate the $300,000 of affordable housing in lieu fee for this program. I authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a sole source contract with the Housing Consortium of the East Bay for an amount not to exceed $560,000. Have East Bay Housing Consortium outreach to subcontractors, including GRIP and SOS. Since the $250,000 has been offered by Prologis, the new owner of Hilltop, for any site of the city's choosing, direct staff to come back to the council with any proposed agreement from Prologis. And finally, and I will give the city clerk this list if you agree.
Is this your motion?
The last one, yes, this is a 7-point, and I'm asking Councilmember Willis if these 7 points can all be part of it. And the number 7 is to direct staff to also do outreach to churches and other private sites to take on a couple vehicles for a 90-day period.
Yeah, I'm fine with those 7 points, but on the 6th point on having staff come back with the additional funding from the folks that offered any location of the city's choosing, does staff have a problem with that part in terms of timeline, or is that perfectly okay?
So we can make the timing work out most likely because it might not be crucial to getting this starting. However, I want to be very clear that the site that I understand you all talking about that would be incorporated in this is surrounded by 25th, Nevin, 24th, and Barrett. And we have a lease on part of that site for COVID testing. So it also needs to be clear to the council that we will only be looking at a portion of this site, just like we were looking at a portion of the other site. And if the other staff members here want to update any other key points, please do so.
And to be extremely clear, that COVID testing site is what's closest to Nevin Plaza, not the safe parking spot as was suggested earlier in comments, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, did you get that whole motion down?
Of course, no.
And I could send it, I could send it in writing.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so is there a second?
I was the second.
And that was the motion.
Oh,
She
okay,
made the
all right,
second
okay.
friendly amendment.
Okay, I would have sworn you were the motioner.
I know, I'm glad Councilmember Willis was amenable.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this? If not, I'm gonna take a vote. Madam Clerk, let's call the roll and vote on this.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
No.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates and Martinez voting no, and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay. That takes care of that one.
It is 11:30. Are we going to suspend the rules and continue?
Is there a motion to continue this meeting? I don't see a motion. It looks like maybe we're gonna have to adjourn.
I'd like to make a request. There's one item that got pulled off the consent that I believe can be a relatively quick matter, but we would need to have a motion to continue in order to address it. It's item G5.
I move that we suspend the rules and to hear the to hear item G5.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Are there any objections? If you object, raise your hand.
I'm abstaining.
Okay, I get, well, let's call the roll, Madam Clerk. I think there's 4 objectors.
I understand. I understand.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes, in respect for the city manager's request.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez?
No.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
No.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
I'll vote yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Abstain.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
Yes.
Motion fails with Councilmembers Jimenez, Martinez, and Mayor Butt voting no. Councilmember Willis abstaining, and Councilmember Bates, Vice Mayor Johnson, and Councilmember McLaughlin voting yes.
Okay, thank you. I think with that, we're adjourned. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
All I can say is, Tom, you are chicken, 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 clue, 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 clue. City manager, man.
I've got 29 more minutes of my evening and I'm going to spend it well. So good night to all of you.
More than a couple of minutes.
All right.
Good night.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.